All right. So again, welcome to Christian Home Services. For this first PowerPoint, for this first presentation, there will be no test. It's just kind of a little bit of info on our company and what we are all about. When we get ready for the test, I'll let you guys know. So CHS's mission is to provide and promote the highest quality of care to individuals, families, and the community. CHS strives to provide personalized care in a culturally sensitive family atmosphere, helping people to achieve life goals by responding to various needs with creative solutions, utilizations of caring and skilled staff, and coordination of community services. CHS was founded in 1997 and now proudly serve hundreds of individuals in 10 counties across mid-Michigan. I think that's so awesome that we are so spread out and so diverse. We primarily contract with the community mental health agencies to provide one-on-one services to individuals with disabilities. CHS employees specialize in coaching our consumers various life skills to help them gain or maintain their independence. And these services are provided both at our consumers' private homes and out in the community. So if you guys haven't already, just make sure to check us out on Facebook. We have lots of awesome posts. We have consumer highlights, and this is, covers all the areas. And then we also have employee spotlights, employee of the month. We share all of our events. So hopefully you guys plan on coming to some of our picnics this summer. So far, they've been an awesome hit and they've been so cool. Training and documentation. We are contracted through community mental health and other various agencies to provide services to our consumers. And this requires us to have staff complete specific training and documentation, both at hire and annually. So like I mentioned before, this is why you guys are here, because you are required to be here. Training is super important, and it's definitely good to know all of our policies and procedures, and just some helpful tips on how to work with the consumers. But the agencies require us to have this training. We have to have a deadline. So that's why after today's class, just make sure that you put all those tests in the mail package and get them out in the mail. And if you need to get a TB test, if you haven't done it already, make sure you get that done. So that way it's just done and over with. So you have to complete all requested training and documentation in a timely manner and return back to the office by the listed due date. CHS is required to keep copies of staff's driver's license and current auto insurance on file at all times. So if you know your driver's license is about to expire or your car insurance, just make sure that you're sending us a copy of it so that way we can keep it on record. And any late or expired training and documentation puts CHS at risk of losing our contracts. So if we don't have your training and by that listed due date, then you could possibly, be suspended. Employee benefits, pay time off and holiday pay. We have a 401k that CHS matches 4%, and this is available to those who work at least 1,000 hours in their first year. Enrollment is in June and December. And insurance coverage, this is available to all full-time staff that work 30 or more hours. And this includes medical, dental, and vision. And then life insurance and accidental death and dismemberment coverage. There's a $10,000 policy that is provided to CHS at no cost to the employee. And then there's an additional package that you can get for voluntary life and ADD insurance for employees, their spouse, children. And this is available at a discounted rate. We also have a referral program. So if you refer a friend to CHS, and if they are hired and stay with us for 90 days, you will receive a $100 bonus. And we also offer anniversary bonuses. So for full-time employees, you can get $100 per year. Part-time employees, $50 per year. And then part-time respite and on-call staff will get $25 per year. Pay time off or PTO. This is available to all full-time, part-time, and on-call employees. And you will earn hours every pay period to be used towards vacation or personal and family health needs at the following accrual rates. So the longer you've been with us, the faster that they will accumulate. So if you've been with us for up to 2 years, you will earn 1 hour for every 35 hours worked. And then 2 to 5 years, again, it just accumulates the longer you've been here. Employees must have a minimum of 8 hours of PTO before access to PTO pay is awarded. And employees earn PTO hours will max out at 120 hours. So once you reach to 120 hours, you will not earn any more. So if you're someone that doesn't, luckily doesn't get sick very often or doesn't take vacations, once you reach 120 hours, again, you will not earn any more. So you can cash out on them, or it could just be time for you to take a vacation. Management does reserve the right to deny a vacation request based on the scheduling needs. It's authorized based on a first come, first served basis, and vacations must be requested as soon as possible, but at least 30 days in advance. So if you know that you were taking that vacation, make sure you put that request in as soon as possible. And vacations cannot be approved for more than 2 weeks at a time. Any unused earned PTO will be paid to you only if you give and fulfill a 2 weeks notice of resignation. So if you do not give us a 2 weeks notice, then you will not get that PTO. Holiday pay. All full-time, part-time, and on-call staff shall receive 1 1/2 times their base rate for hours worked on the listed holidays. And the holidays are observed from 12 a.m. midnight to 12 a.m. midnight of the actual holiday. So for that full 24 hours. So if you work on a holiday, you will get that time and a half. And we recognize New Year's Day, Easter, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas as holidays. Payroll, we are paid bi-weekly. So today is payday. This is directly deposited into the account of staff's choice. So either your bank account or if you chose to get the payroll debit card. And this is every other Thursday morning. If CHS does not receive a staff's payroll election form by Tuesday at 2 p.m. of their first payroll week, they will be mailed a paper check to their address on file. Absenteeism and tardiness. All employees are expected to report to work as scheduled unless approved by the supervisor. Excused absences are those which were reported to the supervisor and approved at least 4 hours in advance. Tardiness or early departure from work without prior approval will be treated as an unexcused absence. And employees are required to directly contact their supervisor at least 4 hours in advance of their scheduled shift. And you must speak directly to your supervisor, so sending a text or voicemail is not acceptable. And reporting your absence or tardy only to your consumer or guardian is not acceptable. So, if you know that you're not going to make it into work, you're not feeling well, make sure you call 4 hours in advance. Don't text your supervisor or just leave a voicemail. You have to actually physically speak to them. So in the event that an employee is unable to contact their supervisor within a reasonable amount of time, the employee must follow the chain of command and contact the supervisor's supervisor. So chain of command is home specific. If you do have a lead staff, make sure you contact them. That's who your direct contact will be. If you do not have a lead staff, then it'll be your care coordinator. And for some reason, if you are unable to reach your care coordinator, then you can contact the director of care, and that is Hannah Starks. Excessive tardiness or absenteeism may result in termination. So if you are late more than 3 times per year, or if you're absent more than 1 day per month. Any employee who is absent 3 consecutive scheduled workdays without reporting their absences to their supervisor will be considered a voluntary quit and will be separated. Trading shifts. In order to trade a shift, both employees must agree on the trade and complete a shift trade confirmation form. The lead staff and care coordinator must approve the shift in advance, so at least 2 weeks, and initial the change on the schedule. The shift trade must not put either staff into overtime, and once approved, the employee will be responsible to work a new shift that they have committed to. In the event of an emergency, we have CHS's after hours emergency line. Most of you probably put this phone number in during your orientation. So you would contact the after hours line for all holidays, weekends, and then any weekday emergencies after 5 p.m. until 8 a.m. the following business day. If there is a life-threatening situation, you're going to call 911 immediately. And in this situation, CHS, the agency CHS is contracted through, and the family or guardian need to be notified as well. And these phone calls should only take place after the situation is under control and all persons involved are safe. Our dress code. CHS's employees are expected to maintain high standards of neatness, cleanliness, and personal hygiene. Employees need to arrive for work in neat, clean, and appropriate clothing for the occasion. No exposed necklaces, dangling earrings, nose rings. That's because it's dangerous. You don't want the consumer to grab onto it, or if you get it caught on something at work. Staff should always remember that we act as role models for our consumers and should avoid the following: anything that can be considered offensive, anything that's revealing and or inappropriate clothing, or pajamas. So just make sure that you're coming to work, you're clean, you're not wearing anything revealing, especially now that it's summer. Just make sure that you're just wearing that appropriate clothing. You don't want to show too much skin or wear those low-cut shirts. Maintaining boundaries. Keep in mind that your role is a professional one. Do not share staffing concerns or problems with their consumers or their family and guardians. All concerns or questions or problems should be brought to CHS's attention only. So your consumers and their families, they have enough to worry about. So if you are having an issue, especially, with a staff member or somebody else, make sure that you are going to your supervisor. And just maintaining those boundaries. Never invite visitors to your consumer's home or other outings. Never bring consumers back to your personal residence. Do not share in-depth personal information with consumers or their family or guardians, and always refer back to the person-centered plan. Do not participate in outings or family events outside of work hours. Never speak about other families with which you work with, even if you are not referring to them by name. Always remain neutral and positive in disagreements between your consumer and their family members or guardian. And do not buy gifts or spend money on consumers or family members. Do not accept gifts or money from consumers or their family members. And do not bring any personal items into your consumer's residence. CHS and or your consumers or guardian are not liable for lost, stolen, or damaged items. So just don't bring anything to work that you don't want to get broken, or if something, is meaningful to you that you don't want to get lost, because we are not liable for, if something gets damaged. Avoid being physically affectionate with consumers in any inappropriate ways. Confidentiality. This is an ethical concept that prohibits CHS or its employees from releasing information about the individuals we provide services to. In accepting employment with CHS, employees are placed in a position of trust regarding the individuals we serve. Every employee must be constantly aware of the confidential nature of all information regarding the clients, and staff are not to release any information regarding their consumer to anyone without prior consent from the guardian. Social media, so this is a big one. Most of us have some form of social media, whether it be, Facebook's the biggest one, there's Snapchat, TikTok, Twitter, all of that. But as a CHS employee, you are expected to be respectful of CHS, its programs, the families, consumers, and its employees in all communications, and agree to the following: maintain confidentiality and refrain from posting confidential information about CHS, fellow employees, and our consumers past and present. Do not engage in harassment and or intimidation or post comments that are derogatory in any regard. Do not post photographs that compromises anyone's privacy or that are used to demean, humiliate, or otherwise embarrass anyone. And never engage in any form of social media with the consumers we serve or their families. So that is part of maintaining those boundaries. If you do get a friend request from your consumer or their family members, just politely decline. Phone usage. So obviously you all need to have your phone on you to clock in and out, to do any other type of documentation, but make sure that you are just using your phone for business purposes only, or in a case of an emergency. Don't take any personal calls or texts. Wait till after work. Just remember you are getting paid to provide services to your consumer. So any personal texts or calls, wait till after work. And this includes use in the home, in the community, driving with consumers present, etc. Smoking and tobacco products. So if you are a smoker or a vapor, just remember that you are never to smoke or vape with the consumer present. And employees are required to follow the smoking protocols in the home that they are working in. So if you don't know where those are, make sure that you ask your lead staff or care coordinator. And employees that use the smoking area are still responsible for residents at all times. Sleeping on duty. This is strictly prohibited, and this will result in an automatic 3-day paid unpaid suspension for the first offense, and then the second offense you will be terminated. Employees are required to be awake and alert at all times while on duty, and supervisors must be notified of all incidents involving an employee sleeping immediately. So again, remember that you are getting paid to take care, to provide care for your consumers. So just don't sleep, because something really terrible could happen if you fall asleep. Medication administration, we'll have a whole presentation on this here in just a little bit. So this is just kind of a little bit of an overview of it. Medication errors are preventable events caused by inappropriate use of medications. Med errors can be harmful to the individual and potentially life-threatening. All medication errors will result in written disciplinary action and a required training session with your supervisor. Do not set up any medications ahead of time. Set up immediately before you're ready to administer. Never give one consumer's medication to another consumer. Give medications as prescribed and on time. And administer only medications that you have prepared personally. While preparing or administering medications, concentrate on this alone. Avoid interruptions or distractions while preparing or administering medications, and be attentive. Document medications immediately after you pass them. Our zero tolerance policy: no employee shall possess, consume, or carry with them any of the following of the client's property that CHS provides services for or in a vehicle used for work: any alcoholic beverages of any kind, any illegal drugs and controlled substances, prescription medications that otherwise require a prescription by a licensed healthcare professional if such a prescription has not been written or ordered. Any employee will be required to submit to a substance screen if suspected of being under the influence of drugs or alcohol while on duty. Electronic visit verification, or EVV. This is our WellSky, the mobile app that you guys all use to clock in and out. We have this because it is a federal mandate to ensure Medicaid funds are being properly used and eliminate Medicaid fraud. So it essentially shows proof that you are where you say you are, taking care of the consumer, because that's how we are reimbursed, is through the Medicaid. So they came up with a system to ensure that everything is as accurate as possible to help eliminate that fraud. The employee must be within 75 yards of their consumer's home or a frequent alternate address to clock in and out. All employees are expected to regularly clock in and out at the correct times and submit all notes and mileage with the app to remain compliant. So I know, you guys get busy and it is hard to sometimes remember to clock in and out. But just remember, just that like any job that you go to, you have some form of clocking in and out. So if it helps you, set reminders on your phone. So let's say your shift starts at 2 p.m. Setting a reminder on your phone for 2 p.m. So that way when your alarm goes off, you can be like, oh yeah, I need to remember to clock in. And same with clocking out. Set that alarm on your phone to remind you to do that, because it is easy to, forget to do it. But once you get into that routine, it should become part of your routine and you shouldn't forget it. Email the scheduling coordinator for any missed information within 24 hours. So if you already haven't had to contact Luke, he is the one that you will contact if you forget to clock in and out, if you have a schedule change, but make sure that you are messaging him as soon as possible. If a staff member forgets to clock in and out at their arrival, they should clock in as soon as they remember and then send that info. It is the employee's responsibility to ensure all of their shifts are completed correctly, and any schedule changes to the regular rotation need to be communicated with the core coordinator as soon as possible, but no later than 4 hours in advance. So again, just remember, if you receive a late alert, you'll get notified of it. That means Luke is getting that late alert too. So make sure you just send him a quick message just to let him know what's going on, because no matter what, he will be reaching out to figure out what's going on. Documentation guidelines. You always want to include the full name of the consumer on every document. Complete every entry on the documentation, sign the bottom of every entry, put a single line through any errors and write error and initial your corrections. Never use whiteout and never blacken out mistakes. So I know a lot of our documentation is completed on the WellSky app. So, if you have an error, you can correct it electronically. But if you are still having to write out any documentation, if you do make a mistake, that's totally okay. Just make sure that you are just putting that single line, initialing it and writing error. And this is because this is a document that could potentially even be used in court. But if you're blacking it out, it kind of looks like you're trying to hide something. So just, simply just put that line through it. Clearly identify all persons included in documentation. So staff, family members, friends, other consumers, etc. And do not give any personal opinions. Only record the facts of the situation, being as specific as possible. So when you're giving personal opinions, an example could be Susie has a cold. Well, do you know for sure she has a cold? It could be allergies. So you want to note what you're seeing. She has a stuffy nose, or her nose is running. She's congested. She's coughing. Maybe there's a fever. So you want to just write down the facts of what you know and what you see, not what you think is going on. All required documentation should be completed at the end of each staff shift. CLS progress notes. CLS, this stands for Community Living Support Services. A CLS goal, and this is written in the person-centered plan, this is to increase or maintain a consumer's personal self-sufficiency, independence, participation, and productivity. So this is why you guys are there, to help them work on their specific individualized goals. A CLS note, this describes how a staff member helped the person work toward their goal and explain how the person responded to that assistance. So when you are documenting for your CLS note, you're documenting on the goals that you worked on with that person. All listed activities should be related back to your consumer's specific PCP goals and objectives. And always document any education, encouragement, and all refusals. So definitely make sure that you are documenting those refusals, because you are showing that you are trying to encourage that person to work on something specific, but they are refusing. And then you'll document, how you encourage that person, but they still refused. Remember, CLS is doing with, not doing for. So, especially some of you, you may be doing some extra things outside of what's in that person's person-centered plan. But you don't want to document any task that you complete without the consumer. So for example, if you are doing dishes and the consumer is not helping you do those dishes, you're not going to document that you did the dishes. It's only if the consumer assisted you with doing the dishes. So an incident report, or an IR, this is completed anytime anything out of the ordinary happens. So if you're unsure if you need to document the incident on this form, just make sure that you ask your lead staff or care coordinator. You want to ensure that you are filling the entire form out completely, leaving no blank entries. And you want to be as specific as possible with all the details. So when you are filling out this form, you kind of want to paint a picture in your head of what happened. So if you are reading this IR and you did not see the incident yourself, you should be reading it. It should be as detailed as possible. You should be painting that picture in your head of what happened. You shouldn't have any questions of the incident after reading this. And if you need some extra room, you are able to write it on a second piece of paper, because there's not a whole lot of room to write. Some incidents are very simple, but some are very long and need to be, more detailed. Contact the lead staff or care coordinator for assistance with action to prevent the reoccurrence, because we don't want this incident to happen again. So we always try and come up with a plan to help prevent this from happening again. And then you're going to complete and fax the CMH and CHS as soon as possible, but no later than 24 hours. So make sure that you're just completing this by the end of your shift and getting it sent out. An employee injury report. So this is a form that you will fill out if you injure yourself at work. And you want to report every injury every time. You want to describe where you were, what you were doing, and what caused the injury. So again, you want to be very specific and detailed in this. And then you want to list all injuries, even if they are minor, and be as specific as possible to where on your body the injuries were. And if you were receiving medical attention, did you go after your shift ended, or did you leave at the time of your injury? And will you be missing any additional shifts? And then you're going to submit to the office as soon as possible, but no later than 24 hours. So just make sure you're reporting your injury while you're at work. So you don't want to wait till 2 days later to report this injury. All right, so these next couple slides, these are the our folks here at our admin staff here at the main office. So for those of you that don't know, we have two offices. We have our Midland office, and that's where our care coordinators, Dana and Marla, are, and then the rest of our admin staff are located here in Mount Pleasant. So our billing and payroll department. So if you ever have any questions over your time card, your payroll, your mileage reimbursement, anything like that, make sure that you contact Mark or Casey. The human resource department. So this is if you have any questions over training, any of our policies, benefits, you can contact Erin. She is our human resource director. And then myself, I'm the recruiting and onboard specialist. The care coordinators. So this is your direct supervisor. So scheduling, consumer or staffing questions, you're going to reach out to them. So Tiffany, she is the care coordinator for Ionia and Montcalm counties. Melissa, she's the supervisor for Montcalm, Gratiot, and Newaygo. Tara is Montcalm respite. So if you're a respite staff, you are more than likely going to be going through Tara. Sana and Marla, both are in Midland. And then Samantha, she is supervisor for Claire, Isabella, Macasta, and Ascola counties. Hannah, she is the director of care. So she is all of the care coordinators, supervisors. Luke Cotter, he's the scheduling coordinator. So again, if you ever have any scheduling issues, time card issues, clocking in and out, make sure that you reach out to him. And then Kent, he is our executive director. All right. So moving on, so this is where you can go ahead and get your first test out, and that is going to be the New Hire Training Competency Test. So this presentation is going to be covering limited English proficiency, HIPAA, and cultural compliance. So why do we need to know about limited English proficiency or LEP? So according to the Board Association, all community mental health staff are required to know about the accommodations persons with limited English proficiency or LEP. LEP is defined as an individual's inability to speak, read, write, or understand English at a level that permits effective interaction with healthcare providers. We need to make sure that staff recognizes the language limitations some consumers may have, and we must be willing and prepared to help those where language is a barrier obtains needed treatment and support. We can't say we don't have an ethnic population in our area because that would be indirect discrimination. And this involves family, friends, and professionals as desired by the recipient. So the legal basis, LEP compliance is our legal obligation. However, there is no single LEP law. It's a combination of existing laws, sets of regulations, and court decisions. Plus, English is not the official language of the United States. It's common, but not the legal standard. So I went through the majority of my life always thinking that English was our official language of the US, but we do not have an official language because we are a very diverse country. Many people speak multiple different languages, so that's why it's not the official language. Who is covered under LEP? That is all persons, including illegal immigrants. So what are our obligations as a provider? We are required to examine our practices to assure that there are no unintended barriers to LEP persons, and the following is available to request to the appropriate care coordinator. Language assistance to a consumer at the level necessary at no cost to the individual. Interpreters who are competent in mental health terminology and committed to confidentiality requirements. Oral interpretation is available for any language, and written information is available in prevalent languages and how to access those services. Written materials are available in alternate formats and in an appropriate manner that takes into consideration the special needs of those who are visually limited or have limited reading proficiency as required by the ADA. Copies of the PIHP developed written information in prevalent non-English languages in its particular service area. Easily understood language and format is available in alternate formats and in an appropriate manner that takes into consideration the special needs of those who are visually limited or have limited reading proficiency. We will not allow minors, other consumers, or a consumer's family member or friends to act as interpreters. This is only acceptable in an emergency situation and if the consumer chooses a family member or a friend after they have been informed of their right to use free language assistance, it must be documented with the consumer's sign-off. So which languages are relevant to LEP standards in our counties? So in Clare, it would be German. Macasta would be Spanish and German. Gladwin, German and West German. Ascola, all numbers are less than 10. And Isabella is Spanish and German, and the same with Midland. So I know this was kind of a little bit wordy, but basically, if English is not your primary language and you have difficulty communicating effectively in English, this person may need an interpreter or a document translation. So we, as provider, have to provide that. So moving on to HIPAA, which is Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. This is a federal law that was enacted in 1996 to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of healthcare, reduce administrative costs through standardization, especially in the claims and billings, and protect the rights of consumers of healthcare and ensure the privacy and security of health information. This act applies to mental health information as well as physical health and covers three main areas. They are transactions, which is electric billing, privacy, and security. CMH and other members of the provider network need to comply with HIPAA practices, and all staff need to be aware of various parts of the privacy and security sections to assure protection of information of consumers and to comply with the law. The privacy rule creates the first national standards to protect an individual's medical records and personal health information. So further, this rule gives consumers more control over their health information, sets boundaries on the use and release of health records, establishes appropriate safeguards that healthcare providers and others must achieve to protect the privacy of health information, holds violators accountable with civil and criminal penalties, strikes a balance when public responsibility supports disclosure of some forms of data. And in general, the agency must inform consumers about their privacy rights and how their information can be used. And this will be in the form of a privacy notice. The agency must also obtain written acknowledgement of the consumer's receipt of the notice, adopt and implement privacy policies and procedures, train employees about HIPAA, designate an individual to be responsible for seeing that the privacy procedures are adopted and followed, protect consumers' records so they are not readily available to those who do not need them, and follow the minimum necessary standard in using and disclosing health information, and ensure that the agency has a HIPAA compliant agreement with business associates who have access to healthcare information. So what rights do consumers have under the HIPAA policy? On your test here, number 1 is D, all of the above. So when a consumer language barrier is recognized, what are the obligations as a provider? That is to provide language assistance to a consumer at the level necessary and at no cost. And then we must have access to a qualified interpreter and have a plan that includes who we can contact to help with an LEP consumer. So again, number 1 is D. And then this is number 2, what rights do consumers have under the HIPAA privacy? That is to receive a copy of the agency privacy notice, inspect and copy their case record, a list of disclosures, request restriction on the use or disclosure of information, request confidential communications. So for example, a request not to have the agency send mail to their home address. Give you guys just a few minutes to write that down. So cultural competence and diversity in the community. Communities are made up of a variety of people, and these people are all different in many ways. A diverse community could be compared to a quilt made up of many pieces of different kinds of cloth and patterns all bound together to form a single unit. It is important to understand, manage, and value diversity in the community. I absolutely love that example because to me, all quilts are they are just awesome and they are beautiful. They're made up of those different pieces of fabric. So when we think of a community and people, not one person is the same. And I truly believe that every single person on this earth has something to offer. So learning to work with each other and accept each other is definitely, key. You don't have to be best friends with everybody that you work with. But again, I just truly believe that everybody has something to offer. So, just always think about that. Especially since you'll be working with people. Some diversities may include, and this is number 3, that is gender, age, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and physical abilities. And you may have found other diversities in people you have worked with or known. So again, that was the answer to number 3. Diversity education is not about conforming or becoming like each other. So number 4 is false. It is not about conforming or becoming like each other. It is about valuing diversity. Allowing, respecting, and appreciating differences are all benefits that will enhance relationships in a work or community environment. Different perspectives can enhance lives and boost morale. And we can learn from each other's unique ideas and perspectives, and we can all appreciate diversity. Prejudice is not just about race, it is a natural human emotion. We all have a tendency to fear or distrust people and ideas that are all different from us, or what we have grown accustomed to. It is important to learn ways of overcoming this fear so we can accept each other for who we are. We all have the right to be treated with respect and equality. Some good pointers for communication in a diverse community are openness, active listening, respectful language, and sensitivity. All right, moving on to infection control and bloodborne pathogens. All right, infection control is preventing the spread of germs that cause illness and infection. Infection control starts with understanding germs and how they are spread. A little bit about germs, everybody comes in contact with millions of germs each day. All germs need warmth, moisture, darkness, and oxygen to live and grow. And many germs are harmless and are needed for our bodies to function in a healthy way. An infection can be local in one spot, like an infected cut, or it can be systematic, which is throughout the whole body, like food poisoning or pneumonia. There are 3 ways germs are spread. This is number 5, that is direct contact, indirect contact, and droplet spread. So you just have to write the bolded word in there. Direct contact means that germs are spread from one infected person to another person. An example of direct contact is the person infected with a cold putting his hands to his mouth while coughing or sneezing, and then touching or contacting another person before he has washed his hands. Indirect contact means that germs are spread from one infected person to another person through an object. The germ from the person infected contaminates the object, and the person who touches the object is then contaminated. Indirect contact is a common way for germs to spread between people who live, work, and play together. And droplet spread means that germs are spread through the air from one infected person to another person. The germs are airborne and are carried over short distances. When people talk, cough, or sneeze, they are spreading germs through the air. Controlling the spread of germs. Knowing how germs are spread is the first step in practicing infection control and preventing illness. And knowing how to control the spread of germs is the second step. DSPs can protect both themselves and the individuals with whom they work with from germs or contamination by doing the following. Know and practice standard precautions, especially hand washing and gloving. Keep yourself, the individual, and the environment clean. Be aware of the signs and symptoms of illness and infection, and accurately record and report them to the doctor. Bloodborne pathogens are infectious organisms that are spread by direct contact with infected blood or body fluids. That's number 6, blood or body fluids. They can be transmitted through sexual contact, intravenous drug use, or exposure of mucous membranes or non-intact skin. Hepatitis B, C, and HIV are all bloodborne viral diseases, and these diseases can cause lifelong infection, cirrhosis, liver cancer, liver failure, and even death. Blood may be present in any body fluid, and normally your skin would act as a barrier to keep viruses out, but even tiny breaks or cracks in the skin from common conditions like dermatitis, acne, chapping, and broken cuticles can be the doorways for viruses to enter your body. This is why protective equipment is so important. Standard precautions. The only safe thing to do to use standard precautions, this means treating all blood or body fluids as potentially infectious. Blood, even if you can't see it, can be almost anywhere. So following safe work practices, including proper hand washing, disposal of sharps, good housekeeping, and use of personal protective equipment can greatly minimize your risk. Standard precautions includes hand washing and using disposable gloves, and the wearing of personal protective equipment protects both the individual and the DSP from the spread of germs and infections. The DSP should use these precautions when coming in contact with blood and all body fluids, secretions, and excretions, whether or not they contain visible blood. When touching mucous membranes, such as the eyes or nose, and when dealing with skin breakdown, such as a cut, abrasion, or wound. So body fluids include blood, blood products, secretions, semen, vaginal secretions, nasal secretions, sputum, saliva from dental procedures, excretions, urine, feces, or vomit. Hand washing. Frequent, thorough, and vigorous hand washing will help in increasing the spread of infection. This is number 7. Germs are spread more frequently by hands and fingers than any other means. That is true. So again, that's why hand washing is so important, since it's spread that way. When DSPs should wash their hands, should always wash your hands when they come in contact or before they come to work and before leaving. Hands should be washed at work before touching any food, an individual's medicine, kitchen utensils and equipment, someone's skin that has cuts, sores, or wounds, before putting on disposable gloves, and before using the bathroom. And DSP should always wash their hands after using the bathroom, sneezing, coughing, or blowing one's nose, touching one's eyes, nose, mouth, or other body parts, touching body fluids or excretions, and touching someone's soiled clothing or bed linens. Gloving. Practicing standard precautions also includes the wearing of disposable single-use latex gloves whenever DSP comes in contact with a body fluid. Putting on disposable gloves and taking them off correctly is especially important in preventing the spread of germs and infection. Gloves should be used only one time and changed after each use. New gloves should be put on each time a DSP works with a different individual. Used or contaminated gloves should be thrown away, and gloves become contaminated after each use and can spread germs between individuals if used more than once and if they are not properly disposed of. If body fluid or blood touches the skin, wash the area vigorously and thoroughly with soap and warm water. If the gloves tear or break, take them off and vigorously and thoroughly wash your hands. So you should always be using gloves when you are providing or assisting an individual with rectal or genital care. Toothbrushing or flossing, shaving with a blade razor, menstrual care, bathing or showering, cleaning bathrooms, cleaning up urine, feces, vomit, or blood, cleaning toilets, bedpans, urinals, providing wound care, handled soiled linen or clothing, giving care when the DSP has open cuts or losing sores on his or her hands, providing first aid, disposing of waste in a leak-proof airtight container. It is best practice to keep natural nails short and avoid the use of artificial nails when providing personal care. Research has shown that healthcare workers who wear artificial nails are more likely to harbor germs than those who don't. And DSPs with long nails are at risk of puncturing or tearing disposable gloves. Alcohol-based hand rubs or hand sanitizers may also be used, and they provide a great alternative for hand washing for the following reasons. Alcohol-based hand rubs, which is foam or gel, kill more effectively and more quickly than hand washing with soap and water. They are less damaging to skin than soap and water, resulting in less dryness and irritation. They require less time than hand washing with soap and water, and bottles or dispensers can be placed at the point of care so that they are more accessible. So other personal protective equipment. Depending on your job, you may be expected to wear PPE, personal protective equipment, such as a face mask or eye shield. The type of PPE used will vary based on the level of precautions required. So you should always remember to keep hands away from face, limit surfaces touched, change gloves when torn or heavily contaminated, and perform hand hygiene. If you must use PPE, you should put the equipment on in the following order. The first thing that you would put on would be gown. The gown, and this is to fully cover the torso from the neck to the knees, arms to the under wrists, and wrap around the back. You're going to first fasten it in the back of the neck and waist, and you'll wear a gown during procedures that are likely to generate splashes or sprays of blood, bodily fluid secretions or excretions, and you're going to remove a soiled gown as soon as possible and wash hands after removing the gown.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah.
I'm having some issues with my audio. I can barely hear you. Is it okay if I leave and rejoin?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. Can everyone else hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Because sometimes a couple months ago, I was having some issues with the audio, so just wanted to make sure it wasn't on my end.
Yeah, my phone just glitched out. It was coming out my speaker, and now it's like it sounds like I'm talking to you on the phone, and I want to see your face.
Oh, yeah, so maybe leaving and coming back in, that might do
I
it.
couldn't unmute. I was trying to unmute it to tell you I could hear you, but I couldn't unmute it. I kept trying to hit it, but yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect.
All right, 1 second.
All right, so a mask or respirator, you're gonna secure the ties or elastic band at the middle of the head and neck. You're gonna fit flexible band to nose bridge, and this is to fit snug to the face and below the chin. So if you do have to wear a mask, you want to make sure that it is tight on your face, because that's the purpose of it, is to protect you. You know, I think most of us are kind of used to wearing masks now, especially from COVID, but again, they are used to protect you, so you want to make sure that you are wearing them properly if you do have to wear one. Goggles or face shield. Place over face and eyes and adjust to fit. Wear a mask and eye protection or a face shield during procedures that are likely to generate splashes or sprays of blood, bodily fluid secretions, and excretions. And then gloves, this would be the last thing that you would put on. And this is to extend to cover risk of isolation gown. And we kind of already went over when we should be wearing gloves. Cleaning and disinfecting. The second way for DSPs to prevent the spread of germs is through cleaning and disinfecting the environment. DSP should be careful not to transfer the infection to others, and equally important, the DSP should be careful not to be infected by others. The DSP can help do this by being clean themselves, keeping the home clean and germ-free, and assisting the individuals in the home to maintain good personal hygiene. Routine daily cleaning of household surfaces and other items with soap and water is the most effective method for removing germs. Sometimes an additional cleaning is needed to be germ-free. This extra step is called disinfection. Disinfection is the process of killing germs after cleaning with soap and water, then rinsing with clear water. And that is number 8, disinfection. Disinfecting usually requires soaking or drenching the surface or item for several minutes with a special cleaning solution. And this soaking allows the cleaning solution to kill the remaining germs. All right, moving on to internal corporate compliance, Deficit Reduction Act, and sensitivity training. All right, number 9, the CHS Internal Compliance Officer, that is Mark Lee. In order to effectively enforce the compliance program and incorporated policies, CHS expects its employees to report perceived violations of the program and/or applicable federal, state, and third-party rules. The CHS Compliance Liaison Officer, and again, that is Mark Lee. Employees and subcontractors may report any compliance-related concerns to the CHS Compliance Liaison Officer by any of the following methods: drafting a written note and placing it in a sealed envelope marked confidential, and placing such envelope in the compliance officer's internal mailbox, or directly speaking to the compliance officer in person or by phone and making such report verbally. All reports of compliance-related concerns will be taken seriously. The compliance liaison will look into all reports made and respond promptly. However, some reported concerns may be merely seeking advice or clarification, and they will be handled accordingly. Some reported concerns might provide information that is too sparse to act upon, and human resource issues should be directed to HR and not the compliance officer. CHS is committed to using good faith efforts to comply with applicable healthcare laws, regulations, and third-party payer requirements. And a compliance plan exists to provide a leadership-driven plan that establishes the principles and standards to which CHS staff are expected to adhere. So the Deficit Reduction Act, Michigan False Claims Act, this is a state law that was established to prohibit fraud in obtaining of benefits or payments in connection with the medical assistance programs, to prohibit kickbacks or bribes in connections with the program, and to prohibit conspiracies in obtaining benefits or payments. The law authorizes the Attorney General to investigate alleged violations of this act and provide for civil actions to recover money received by reason of fraudulent conduct through civil fines and other prescribed remedies and penalties. The law also establishes non-retaliation protections for employees in reporting suspected fraud and abuse. The False Claims Act is a federal law that establishes criminal and civil liability when any covered person or covered entity improperly receives reimbursement from or avoids payments to the federal government. The act specifically excludes tax fraud, which is covered by other statutes. And due to its role in processing payments from the Medicaid program, individuals and entities that do business with CHS are covered entities. The FCA includes a quantum provision, which literally means who sues on behalf of the king as well as for himself. And this provision allows a private citizen to file a suit in the name of the US government, charging fraud by government contractors and other entities that receive or use government funds. The filer of the suit may share in any money recovered. So the following are types of fraud that is presented under the FCA. That would be billing for goods and services that were never delivered or rendered, submitting false service records or samples in order to show better than actual performance, performing inappropriate or unnecessary medical procedures, billing in order to increase revenue instead of billing to reflect actual work performed, upcoding, so that's inflating bills by using diagnosis billing codes that suggest a more expensive illness or treatment, double billing, charging more than once for the same service or goods, prescribing a medicine or recommending a type of treatment or diagnosis regime in order to win kickbacks from hospitals, labs, or pharmaceutical companies, billing for unlicensed or unapproved drugs, forging physician signatures when such signatures are required for reimbursement from Medicare or Medicaid, billing for work or tests that were not performed, phantom employees and doctor time slips, so charging for employees that were not actually on the job or billing for made-up hours in order to maximize reimbursements. A grant recipient charges the government for costs not related to the program, or billing Medicare for services that were not performed or that were unnecessary. So that is number 10. That is all of the above. Whistleblower employee protections. Whistleblowers are those private citizens who file suit on behalf of the government to recover damages incurred by the federal government as a result of the contractor fraud or other false claims. Whistleblowers may be entitled to a significant portion of the proceeds should the suit prevail and are protected from retaliation by provision of the statute. In particular, any retaliation against an employee or a contractor for lawfully reporting an alleged violation of the False Claims Act, or who is discharged, demoted, suspended, threatened, harassed, or in any other manner discriminated against in the terms and conditions of employment by his or her employer because of lawful acts done by the employee on behalf of his employer or others in furtherance of an action under the law, including investigation for, initiation of, testimony for, or assistance in an action filed or to be filed under the law, shall be entitled to all relief necessary to make the employee whole. All right, so I know that is very wordy, lots of technical terms and everything in that, but kind of the gist of it is, so the definition of compliance is the action of complying with or command, or the state of meeting rules or standards. So basically in the corporate world, it's defined as the process of making sure that the company and employees follow all of the laws, regulations, standards, and ethical practices that apply to our organization. So corporate compliance, it covers both internal policies and procedures, as well as federal and state laws. And enforcing compliance helps, basically it helps CHS prevent and detect violations of rules and fraud. So that's kind of a little bit of the gist of that. I know that was very dry and very blah, blah, blah. I probably sounded like Charlie Brown reading that off. So sensitivity training and hearing loss. Deafness and hard of hearing. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, refer to hard of hearing conditions as those that affect the frequency and or intensity of one's hearing. Although the term deaf is often mistakenly used to refer to all individuals with hearing difficulties, it actually describes a more limited group. According to the CDC, deaf individuals do not hear well enough to rely on their hearing to process speech and language. And individuals who are hard of hearing differ from deaf individuals in that they use their hearing to assist in communication with others. So deafness and hearing loss definition, this is for number 11 and 12. Hearing loss, this is a decrease in hearing sensitivity in one or both ears. It can be caused by many physical conditions such as childhood illness, heredity, injury, age, or prolonged exposure to noise. Hearing can vary with mild to moderate loss, and individuals may be able to hear sound, but they may have difficulty distinguishing specific speech patterns in a conversation. And then deafness, this is a profound or total loss of hearing in both ears, resulting in not hearing well enough to rely on hearing to process speech and language. So some acceptable to neutral terminology to be using, with this population. So acceptable would be a person who has a speech disorder, deaf, or hard of hearing. But it is unacceptable or offensive to use this language: deaf and dumb, deaf and mute, and hearing impaired. And believe it or not, I was actually here just probably a few weeks ago. I was watching a movie. I don't remember the name of the movie, but it was on Netflix. And it was an older movie. It was probably, I would say, like late to early 90s. And there was somebody, one of the main characters in this movie was actually deaf. He could not hear, and he actually could not verbally communicate as well. And everybody in that movie referred to this individual as deaf and dumb. And I did not realize that that was such a common term to be used, many years ago. So just make sure that when you are referring to somebody, that we are using person first language and making sure that we're putting the person first, not the disability, and that we're trying to use appropriate language. Hearing loss can affect an individual in the way that they experience sound, communicate with others, and view their hearing loss. So for example, some individuals who develop hearing losses later in life find it difficult both to adjust to a world with limited sound and to adapt to new behaviors that compensate for hearing loss. As a result, they may not use American Sign Language or communication methods at all, and they may not be as proficient as individuals who experience hearing loss at birth at a very young age. So especially, with some of our older folks later in life, they may lose their hearing. It might not be completely gone, but they have to relearn how to communicate. So just imagine, being able to hear and then all of a sudden, not being able to. It would be very difficult to communicate. So you may need to assist them in finding different methods to communicate, whether it be, writing something down in a notebook. Some people may not actually learn American Sign Language. They learn their own signs, and then, as you get to know the person, you'll get to learn those different signs as well. So barriers to accessing healthcare. People with hearing loss have challenges accessing healthcare for various reasons. The method of communication that suits them best may not be understood or accommodated by the healthcare provider, which is resulting in poor engagement. And some of those barriers could be related to access, attitude, competency, safety risk, potentially poor care, and stress. So some guidelines to better communication. So tips for a good listening environment: decrease background noise whenever possible, move away from fans and noisy machines, modify lighting and seating arrangement, and this may require you to change old habits about where you sit. Provide good lighting, so keep light on your face, not behind you, otherwise it causes a harsh glare or shadow that may make lip reading very difficult. Encourage groups to sit closer to the speaker and to each other, and make sure only one person speaks at a time. So tips for the speaker. This is number 13, list 3 tips for the speaker. The number 1 is make sure that face-to-face communication. This is the easiest, so making sure that you're directly, in front of the person talking. Don't call someone from another room. Move closer to the listener and get their attention before speaking. Continue to face the listener while speaking, so don't turn away. Be patient with listeners. And remember, there is a logical reason behind most lip reading errors and listening errors. Encourage them to wear hearing aids and offer help with obtaining assistive listening devices at lecture sites, theaters, and places of worship. Ask questions using an either or format or a yes or no format. And try to be understanding and caring when someone with a hearing problem asks you to help them understand better. Repeat or rephrase information if the listener appears to have misunderstood. Give important information to the listener in writing to be used later as a reference. In a group situation, repeat questions or comments before responding. And if someone joins a conversation in progress, give the newcomer a short summary of the topic before proceeding with your discussion. Be flexible with types of cues, paraphrasing, and clarifications you give. Remember, it takes two people to hold a conversation, and both people have to do their part to make a conversation work. Communicating with deaf or hard of hearing individuals, it is appropriate to tap a person who is deaf gently on the arm or shoulder. Look directly at the individual. Ask about the best way to communicate and arrange for a sign language interpreter if needed. When calling an individual who is hard of hearing, let the phone ring longer than usual. Rephrase rather than repeat. If the person did not understand you, try to use different words to express your ideas. Short sentences tend to be understood better. Ask information about their hearing loss and listening needs. Many people who are deaf prefer to use text messaging or a video relay service to communicate. The phone number you dial may be a relay operator that will use ASL to communicate your information. TTY is not as common, but still used by some. If you do not have ready access to a TTY, you can dial 711 to reach the National Telecommunications Relay Service. And then ask the person what method they prefer, and never assume the same method works for everyone. All right. Environment safety and fire prevention. So during orientation, you should become familiar with the specific needs of the individuals residing in the home. Make sure you're familiar with the safety needs pointed out in the PCP. If you have a suggestion to improve safety in the home or recognize an area of concern, discuss it with your employer or their guardian. So what supplies are recommended at a minimum? Latex or similar gloves are ideal for cleanup and help prevent spread of illness or disease when accidents or emergencies may occur. And then a first aid kit, battery-powered radio, flashlights, and extra batteries can keep you informed and able to move about safely in a power outage. Severe storms and tornado safety. So on this specific slide, we have number 14, 15, and 16 on here. So have a discussion about the safest place in the home to be if a severe storm or tornado occurred. If a basement is not available or practical for use, the safest place is usually the smallest centrally located room without windows. A watch means conditions are favorable for a severe storm or tornado to occur, and a warning means that a severe storm or tornado is actually happening and you should take cover. So number 14 is watch, 15 is warning, and number 16 is a centrally located room without windows. If you are traveling when conditions are favorable for a tornado, drive to the nearest large building that can be used as a shelter. Stay near a shelter until the threat has passed. If you are driving and a warning is issued, seek shelter in a large building. If a building is not available, you may need to lie down in a ditch or a ravine. Do not try to outrun a tornado in your vehicle. Tornadoes can switch directions very, very quickly, and it can become very dangerous in a matter of seconds. Winter storms, hopefully these are past us, at least for the next couple of months. Winter storms call for special precautions. Snowfall, blizzards, and ice storms can trap people inside for days. Snow and ice can break power lines and cause loss of electricity and heat. And a winter storm may also cause utility failure. Extended exposure to cold temperatures may cause injury or death. What precautions can you take? A battery-powered radio is your best source of information in an emergency. You can draw water into as many containers as possible, gather battery-powered lanterns, flashlights, etc. in case you lose power, and make sure you have a home that has a corded phone or a cell phone. If candles are used, be cautious. Candle holders should surround the candle totally like a glass globe or a fishbowl, and do not leave a candle burning unattended. Battery-powered candles or camp lights are good ideas. So I always like to keep on hand either my flashlights, or we actually have they're like little, we picked them up at a yard sale many years ago, but battery powered lanterns. So because out where I live, I do actually tend to lose power quite often, and so I like to be a little prepared. But I was a little kind of traumatized back. Probably this was probably at least 20 years ago, back from my hometown. Our community had lost power, and a family thought it would be fun to kind of camp in their backyard. So they put up their camper in the back, and they all went out there. But before they had gone out there, they had like candles because they couldn't see. And during the night, they forgot to blow out one of the candles, and their house caught on fire. So it is a really good idea to have those battery operated things. I mean, obviously you still can use candles, just be cautious with it and make sure that you don't forget about them and that you have your eyes on them, because you don't want anything to catch on fire, especially, if you have those candles going for hours, that, can become dangerous. If you experience heat failure, dress in layers and keep moving. If your home has a fuel delivery, remember to assure an adequate supply of fuel is available at all times, especially if a winter storm is predicted. So especially if you're a consumer, or even you personally, if you have, let's say, propane, make sure that you're keeping an eye on that in the winter, because you don't want to run out, especially in cold weather, or if there's a storm coming, because they might not be able to get out to the house. Floods usually occur in Michigan during the spring and fall, when rainfall and water runoff are at their peak. Floods can interrupt power and make roads impassable. Severe floods occur rarely, but knowing how to prepare and respond can prevent disaster. So huge floods, major floods here in Michigan, they don't happen too often, but they do happen. Just here a few years ago, Mount Pleasant was flooded, and it was pretty bad. Out by my house, there was actually roads that were washed out, and some homes were destroyed. And then out in the Midland area in Sanford, that when the dam broke, that completely destroyed many homes. There's lots of destruction for that. So, floods aren't to be, they don't happen all the time, major floods, but they can. So just always keep that in mind. So a notification of a flood warning or warning is received by radio or television, sirens and alert monitors, emergency personnel who go door to door, the National Weather Service or local emergency jurisdiction. If a flood warning is issued for your area, local government officials will issue evacuation instructions over the television or radio. And you never want to drive through an area where water is covering the road or moving swiftly across the road. You're going to turn around and find another route. That is important. I learned that lesson when Mount Pleasant flooded. I was actually driving to work, and the road just down the road from me, it looked like a stream just going across the road, and I was going to drive through it. And my husband was like, no, don't do that, because it could it could really ruin your vehicle. But on our way home from work that day, when all the water had kind of like cleared out, we noticed that where it was streaming, it took out the road. So there was actually no road. So I would have kind of gone in. So just be careful when driving with the floods. Not only can water really damage your vehicle, but it could wipe out the road. Air conditioner failure. Air conditioning failure can pose a serious threat to the elderly or those with other health conditions. So make sure that you shut all the curtains. Don't open windows unless it will let cooler air in, and go to a lower level of the home if possible to stay cool. Foods that spoil. If a power failure continues for a long time, food may begin to spoil. A loaded freezer will keep foods frozen 36 to 48 hours if the door is kept shut. Avoid opening freezer and refrigerator doors more than necessary. Transfer foods you will use soon to an insulated chest type freezer. If you can obtain ice, transfer as much as possible into coolers. And then a water shortage precaution. Keep a supply of bottled water in case of an emergency. Fill bathtubs if a water shortage is possible. This will allow water for filling toilets, washing dishes, personal care, etc. Gas leaks. If you think there is a gas leak, do the following. Evacuate immediately. Do not turn any electrical switches on or off. Do not use a telephone. Do not use any matches or lighters. And go to a neighbor's and call the gas company right away. Carbon monoxide poisoning. This is a clear, odorless gas. The symptoms may be headaches, dizziness, and sleepiness. Carbon monoxide detectors are recommended. If your carbon monoxide detector goes off or you suspect carbon monoxide poisoning, you must evacuate immediately. Fire safety and prevention. So immediate evacuation is key to safety in a fire or smoke emergency. Your first priority, if you smell smoke, see flames, or the fire alarm sounds, is assisting people out of the home immediately. Fighting a fire is never recommended. So that is number 17. What is your first priority? If you see or smell smoke, see flames, or the fire alarm sounds, you are going to evacuate immediately. So fire extinguishers, an ABC or multi-purpose extinguisher, this will put out most fires that start in a home. An extinguisher is useless unless you know how to use it. So using a fire extinguisher, you're going to hold it upright. You're going to pull the pin out. You want to stand at least 6 to 8 feet from the fire. Do not get any closer. You're going to aim the nozzle at the base of the fire and squeeze the handles. You're going to sweep side to side, slowly moving closer as the flames diminish. Fire extinguishers last only about 8 to 10 seconds. And fires can and do reignite, and they can double in size every 19 seconds. So that is very quick. So every 19 seconds, that fire is doubling in size. So that is why getting the people out is more important than fighting the fire. So, if you have to use a fire extinguisher, especially for evacuation purposes, if the house is on fire, never go back inside the house, call the fire department, get that all under control. Protection plans are recommended, so be sure you know all the following information. And so you should know how to assist or evacuate a person before an emergency. So if you do not know any of the safety issues that your consumer faces, make sure that you know that, because you want to make sure that you can get them to safety as soon as possible. Fire prevention is the key to a safer environment. Are there enough working smoke detectors to prevent sufficient warning? At a minimum, there should be one on every level and outside of sleeping areas. Are the detectors properly placed according to a manufacturer instructions? Are they tested on a regular basis? Are batteries replaced at least once a year? And don't take the battery out of a smoke detector because it keeps going off due to cooking, etc. If you are having nuisance alarms, check to see if the detector is located too close to an area that will cause problems such as a kitchen or a bathroom. I always have to laugh at that because my poor dog, anytime my husband starts cooking, almost every time he sets off the fire alarms. I don't know what he does. He doesn't even really burn the food, but anytime he cooks, my dog will go running he hides in one of our bathrooms because the fire alarms scare him. I told him that we need to move our fire alarm just because of him cooking. All right, moving along to trauma-informed care. So many of you may be working with somebody that has experienced trauma. A lot of people with disabilities have experienced trauma in the past, so this is definitely good information to know. Many of the most difficult individuals in your homes have experienced complex trauma, and that is number 16, or I'm sorry, not 16, number 18, trauma. This can affect an individual's behavior, feelings, relationships, and their view of the world in profound ways. An individual's traumatic stress reactions and other responses to trauma can disrupt a home environment. It's not the answer to everything, but it's another piece of the puzzle. And it's not an excuse, but it may be an explanation. So a lot of our individuals who have experienced trauma in the past, they exhibit very challenging behaviors. Again, it's not an excuse, but it's an explanation for why those behaviors are happening. And that is how we can help them navigate through those feelings and emotions when a traumatic event is, kind of coming up with them. A traumatic experience, this threatens the life and physical integrity of a child or of someone critically important to that child, such as a parent, grandparent, or sibling. This causes an overwhelming sense of terror, helplessness, and horror, and it produces physical changes such as pounding heart, rapid breathing, trembling, dizziness, or loss of bladder or bowel control. So there are two types of trauma. That is acute trauma. And acute trauma is a single event that lasts for a short time. So an example of that would be a one-time car accident. So for example, when I was 16, I had just gotten my license. I think I had my license for three whole days. And I got into a major car accident. Luckily, I was not injured. I was T-boned and I did not thankfully have a passenger, but I did total the car and I was turning left. And so even to this day, many years later, I have a very difficult time turning left. Sometimes I used to be that person that would make 5 different rights so they could get out of turning left. I am able to turn left some of the time, but I get that anxious feeling, and I still, even though it was many years ago, I still remember being in that car accident. I remember the noise, I remember the glass breaking, and it seemed like I remember individually seeing the glass breaking as soon as that vehicle hit me. And so that moment still is in my head. And that was just from one single event. So complex trauma, this is the experience of multiple traumatic events. So someone who has experienced trauma more than once. And so I can only imagine from just that one single event of how I still remember that and how I still, get that nervous, anxious feeling when I'm turning left. Just imagine someone who has been through multiple traumatic events, how they're able to process that. So the term complex trauma is used to describe a specific kind of chronic trauma and its effects on children and adults. Multiple traumatic events that begin at a very young age. And this is events caused by the actions or inactions of adults who should have been caring for and protecting the child. And over time, complex trauma can get into the way of healthy development and affect the individual in the following ways. It can affect their ability to trust people, their sense of personal safety, so they may never ever actually feel safe. Emotional reactions and ability to manage emotions, ability to navigate and adjust to life's changes, and physical and emotional responses to stress. So some factors that influence responses to a traumatic event include age and developmental age, perception of the danger faced, past experience with trauma, challenges faced after the trauma, presence and availability of adults who can offer help, reassurance, and protection. So some responses to trauma, hyperarousal, so that would be, someone's nervous, jumpiness, quickness to startle. So like if you are constantly startling someone, that could be a sign that, they had been experienced some type of trauma. Re-experiencing, so sometimes they can see those images in their head and possibly in their dreams. Avoidance and withdrawal. They could feel numb, shut down, or separated from normal life, pulling away from activities and relationships, and avoiding things that prompt memories of their trauma. So what are some examples of reminders of trauma? That could be screaming or shouting, shadow on the wall, the sight of blood, scars, the dark, stomachache or headache, an angry expression on an adult's face, being dropped off at school, seeing another child get hurt, losing a tooth, the color red, Santa Claus, the smell of alcohol, seeing a group of young men hanging out on a street corner, or having to go to the bathroom. So these are just some of the reminders that could pop up in an individual's head that has experienced trauma. So a few years back, I had actually picked up a shift at a home, And I didn't know a whole lot of background information on the individuals living there. I knew it was an all-male home. So I'm a huge Red Wings fan. I love hockey. I love lots of sports, but hockey is probably my number one sport to watch. And I have a lot of Red Wings shirts. And if you're not familiar with the hockey team, it's red and white. So I have a lot of red shirts. And I had shown up to the house because there was a game on that particular day. And I was like, oh, maybe that'd be kind of a fun activity to watch with some of them. And when I had walked into the house, this person had seen me wearing this red shirt and he immediately started having a behavior. And I thought it was me. Like, I was like, oh my goodness, maybe he doesn't want me working there. He doesn't like me. And I was a little offended because I'm like, he doesn't even know me. As somebody else had taken me to the side, was like, it's your shirt. We should have told you not to wear red, because he had experienced trauma way back when. And whenever he sees the color red, occasionally he has behaviors, especially with new people. So I was a new person coming into that home. I was wearing the color red and he was startled by me, and it was, possibly bringing up some of those memories. So needless to say, whenever I went back to the house, I did not wear the color red because I didn't want to start that up again. Trauma-informed care. So talking about trauma, talking about certain events all the time, bringing up the topic seemingly out of the blue, being confused or mistaken about details, and remember only fragments of what happened. So another example, I was working with this individual. He had just moved into the AFC home. He had been living with us for probably, I would say, at least 3 months. And we didn't know a whole lot of background information on him. He was an adult. He was middle-aged. He was, able to communicate very well, able to tell us how he was feeling. Out of nowhere, he went to a coffee shop. And when he was in the coffee shop, all of a sudden he started panicking. He needed to, they ordered, him and the staff had ordered coffee, and they needed to leave before they even received the coffee, because he was in that anxious state and he was shaking, trembling. He just needed out of there. We got him home and he was finally able to tell us what was going on. And he, unfortunately, in the past was abused. And for some reason, when he was in this coffee shop, it brought him back to when he was a kid with his abuser. And we did not know this had even happened. And this kind of started for some treatment. So he was middle-aged. None of us knew any of this had happened, and this just randomly came up. So that can happen in people. Sometimes, especially, people don't want to share that information until they can fully trust you. And he had lived a pretty difficult life. So I'm assuming that's why it wasn't ever in his background. But so what you may see: problems with concentrating, learning, or taking in new information, difficulty going to sleep or staying asleep, because they may have nightmares. And they might not want to sleep because they might be scared that they're going to have that scary dream. Emotional instability, they could be moody, they could be sad, angry, aggressive, and a lot of times they go from being extremely happy to all of a sudden being that moody, so they could get really aggressive and they could get angry very at the flip of a switch. They may be very sensitive to loud noises, revert to behaviors they have previously outgrown, especially kids. They may start sucking their thumb again, or they may lose skills that they had developed. So toilet training. So they may start bedwetting or having more frequent accidents when, it's not typically when they didn't have that in the past. They may be clingy and unwilling to separate from familiar adults. They may resist leaving places where they feel safe. Especially young children, when they have experienced trauma, there are very few places that they feel safe. So if they are in a safe spot and they feel content, they may not want to leave that area. Reject or avoid being touched. And they may be confused about what's dangerous and who to go to for protection. So again, they may not understand that safety line, and they may not understand that walking into the middle of the road could potentially be dangerous, or playing with matches, and they may not know, especially they may not trust adults. They may not go to the correct person for protection. Traumatized school-age children, they alternate between being shy and withdrawn to unusually aggressive. So it could be one side or the other. Having difficulties with learning. They may demand attention, so increased demands for food, toys, etc., whatever they can do to get attention from somebody. They may revert to old behaviors, show specific anxieties and fears, such as fear of the dark. Traumatized adolescents or adults, they live in the moment and have trouble imagining or planning for the future. They over or underestimate danger. They behave in aggressive or disruptive ways. They may abuse drugs or alcohol, and they engage in reckless or self-destructive behaviors, including cutting and risky sexual behaviors. So what about post-traumatic stress disorder? Post-traumatic stress disorder is diagnosed when the person displays several traumatic stress reactions. The reactions persist for a long period of time, and the reactions get in the way of living a normal life. So getting development back on track. Trauma survivors can learn new ways of thinking, relating, and responding. Rational thought and self-awareness can help children override primitive brain responses, and unlearning and rebuilding take time. So what is safety? Physical safety is not the same as psychologically safe. To feel psychologically safe, individuals need to feel oriented and in their own environment, to have control over some aspects of their lives, to know what will happen next, to be seen and appreciated for who they are, and to have a sense of connection and continuity with their past. Individuals who have been through trauma are less likely to feel safe than those who have not experienced trauma, and these individuals will have real life worries pertaining to their safety. So these are just some examples of what people may think that might be going on in their head. Will my stepfather seek revenge because I got him arrested? Will my sister be okay in her abusive marriage? And will my mom get so depressed without me to cheer her up that she goes back to drugs? So rules and control. When explaining house rules, you don't want to overwhelm them. So, especially if there are a lot of rules, try not to place too many on them at once, because that can be overwhelming and they might not understand why there are so many. But you want to stress protection. You want to explain that, that there are rules to protect them. And then be flexible. Provide opportunities for control within limits by providing an individual control over their own environment, their own self, and their own activities. Some people don't know how to make their own choices. They have been told what to do their entire life, whether it was right or wrong. So you definitely want to encourage them to make their own choices. That is so important. And then just to make sure that you create that routine for them and letting them know what's going to happen, ahead of time. So you want to let them know the location and schedule for the day. So let them know what's going on throughout the day. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. Any upcoming doctor or dentist visits, the timing and location of mental health treatment. So a lot of folks that have experienced trauma, a lot of professionals have failed them. And so a lot of times, especially when they are going to let's say CMH, they may get scared because they think that they are, that the people there are on a power trip, basically. They have, they're not there to, sometimes they don't understand that these professionals are there to help them, not to control them. And so that can potentially give them anxiety for going to these certain appointments. Any legal proceedings and court dates, and then any contact with caseworker and any members of the team. So be ready to be an emotional container. You want to be willing and prepared to tolerate strong emotional reactions. That's normal for someone who's experienced trauma. You want to respond calmly but firmly to emotional outbursts. And you want to help identify sometimes some frightening feelings and let them know that these feelings are okay. So it's okay that they feel this way, but try and redirect them and teach them how to appropriately handle some of these behaviors and how to kind of prevent these behaviors from happening. And here in a little bit, we will actually be discussing how to handle certain behaviors and how to work through them. So that will kind of go hand in hand with working with somebody with trauma too. Physical boundaries. Individuals who have been neglected and abused, they may never have learned that their bodies should be cared for and protected. They may feel disconnected and at odds with their bodies, and they may see their bodies as vessels of the negative memories and experiences they carry. That can carry a constant reminder not only of what has happened to them, but how little they are worth. Resilience. This is the ability to recover from traumatic events. In general, individuals who are resilient see themselves as safe, capable, and lovable. They see the world and life as manageable, understandable, and meaningful. And recovering from trauma, so growing for resilience, some factors that can increase resilience includes a strong relationship with at least one competent, caring adult. And that could be you as a DSP, building that strong relationship so that way they can trust you. Feeling connected to a positive role model or mentor, having talents or abilities nurtured and appreciated. Everybody has talents. Everybody has something that, like I mentioned before, everyone has something to offer. So make sure that you are acknowledging that person's talents and that you appreciate them and that they, let them know that they are doing something well. Give them that encouragement. Feeling some control over one's life. So making sure that, again, that you're giving them choices and the ability to make those choices. That is part of being independent and, just having that control in your life. A sense of belonging to a community, group, or cause larger than oneself. So getting them out into the community, seeing what the community has to offer, building those connections with people. Coping with trauma reminders. So you want to plan ahead, help the individual to develop a plan for coping when faced with reminders. So this is especially helpful if somebody, like the example I used before, like when the gentleman was in that coffee shop and he completely lost all sense of where he was at and he was just brought into that moment. So that person can stop and take several long, deep breaths. Orient, so look around and take in where you are right now and know what's going on in the body. So, getting them to kind of relax and help them remember that they are not in that past issue, that they are right there in that moment. And then seek help so they can use a stress buster to help calm them down. So that could be, even calling a friend to get them, to talk them down. Encourage positive behaviors. So catch others' good moments. Praise, praise, praise. Be specific, be prompt, be warm. You want to strive for at least 6 praises for every 1 correction. So we tend to focus on, especially when we talk about behaviors, we tend to focus on all the negative behaviors. We don't focus on those positive behaviors. So when you are noticing someone doing something well, make sure that you are praising them for that. Make sure that you are genuine in your response and that, you're excited about that. You all like to be told what you're doing well. Who likes to be just brought down all the time? You're not doing this right. You need to do this, blah, 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 blah. So especially when you are giving a negative, always give a positive with a negative. That's my firm belief, because even if someone has a nasty behavior and they're not having a good day, they still have good qualities. So when you see them do something well, acknowledge it and let them know that they are doing that. Encourage and support the individual's strengths and interests. Again, offer choices whenever possible. Let others do it themselves. So always let them, that's part of being independent, learning how to do things by themselves on their own. And recognize and encourage unique interests and talents. Help them master a skill. Not everybody knows how to have fun. So especially you, being their support person, make sure that you are helping them figure out what to do for fun. If they don't know, try and give them some examples. Try, get them out into the community. Let them learn how to have fun and learn new skills and talents. Correct and build. When correcting negative or inappropriate behaviors and setting consequences, you want to be calm, clear, and consistent. Consistent is key. Everybody has to be on the same page with working with the individual, and same with you. So always be consistent with your guidelines and your expectations. Target one behavior at a time. If somebody has multiple behaviors, you want to just target that one behavior at a time. And then keep age and emotional age in mind. Exposure to trauma can stunt emotional development. Help with understanding links between thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. So when they're having that behavior, help them understand how they're feeling in that moment, and help them, basically process that differently, how they can handle that the next time. Help with understanding consequences of their behavior. So when they're having that behavior, how is that affecting others? How is that affecting, it can even, affect their physical health. Help with identifying alternatives to problem or negative behaviors, and encourage practice of techniques for changing negative thoughts and calming running away emotions. So a few myths to avoid. If I love this person enough, I can erase the effect of everything bad that has happened to them before. So no matter what, if someone that has experienced trauma, more than likely they are never going to forget it. They're just going to learn different ways on how to cope with it. They will be grateful for what I'm doing. They will love me as much as I love them. If they reject me, I'm a failure. So if someone's having a bad day and they're not the nicest to you, don't take that personally. Again, they could just be having that bad day. So try again the next day. They shouldn't love the parent or person who abused him or her. So no matter who the abuser, was to them, especially if it was their parent, ultimately that is the parent, and they probably will always love them. So just because they abuse them doesn't mean that they're going to completely forget about them, their whole life. So when others' trauma becomes your own, exposure may cause intrusive images, nervousness or jumpiness, difficulty concentrating or taking in information, nightmares, insomnia, emotional numbing, changes in your worldview, feelings of hopelessness or helplessness, anger at society or even at God, feeling disconnected from loved ones, and you may respond inappropriately or disproportionately withdrawn or avoid trauma material. So when others' trauma is a reminder, recognize the connection between one's trauma and your own history, distinguish which feelings belong to the present and the past. So that's really important, because if those memories are popping up, they need to be able to distinguish where they are in the moment and that what is going on kind of like in their head is from the past. Be honest with yourself and others. Take a time out. Seek support and seek trauma-focused treatment, because it's never too late. Just like the gentleman I told you about that really started experiencing this middle-aged, it's never too late to seek help. So self-care basics. This is number 20. List 3 self-care basics to help cope with caring for others who have experienced trauma. So make sure to take care of yourself. Get enough sleep, eat well-balanced meals, use alcohol only in moderation, exercise regularly, take regular breaks from stressful activities, laugh every day, spend some time alone. So this is just some examples of what you do every day just for you. So this is some things that you can help somebody with, just in case they don't understand how to basically have fun and do something for themselves. Take the dog for a walk, play with the cat, exercise, pray, meditate, read a romance novel, write in a journal, chat with neighbors, and breathe deeply. All right, so that should be the last of the test. Number 19 was true. I think we forgot to go through that one, but do you guys have any questions? Are you missing any of the answers to the new hire test?
Number 2, when I was writing them down, on the very last one, it says request restrictions on the use of, and then return the page, so I couldn't see the last part.
Oh, it would be disclosure of info.
On the use of disclosure of info.
Yep.
I think that's it.
Perfect. All right, so moving along. So you should have a test for this. So we're going to go through 2 more presentations really quick. So it should be done about noon or so. And then we'll go ahead and take a break after that. All right, so again, this is person-centered planning, so you should have your test for this. A process for planning and for supporting a recipient that builds upon the recipient's capacity to engage in activities that promote community life and honors the recipient's preferences, choices, and abilities. CMH ensures that a person-centered planning process is used to develop a written individual plan of services in partnership with the recipient. And this involves family, friends, and professionals as desired by the recipient. During the 1960s and the 1970s, individuals with disabilities were generally cared for in a large congregate setting, so institutions, and many of the people you provide services to may have lived in an institution. So that's number 1 is institution. These people with disabilities and mental illness were treated like patients and received services under the supervision of a doctor and medical staff. So if you are not familiar with institutions, these were very common, like this just mentioned, in the 60s and the 70s. I had 2 aunts that were both born with cerebral palsy, and at birth, they didn't know, they just knew that they were different. They are 4 years apart. My first aunt was born in 1956, and the second one was born in 1960. Initially, when my first aunt, my Aunt Pat, when she was born, the doctors knew that something was not right. And they had recommended, while my grandma was in the hospital, they had recommended to send my aunt directly to an institution. They told her that she would be better off there, that she would be with people just like her. My grandma did refuse. So actually, both of my aunts never went in an institution. And when my second aunt was born in 1960, the doctors told my grandma the same thing, and she refused to put them in an institution. People with disabilities, we have come a long way with working with individuals with disabilities. We treat them as people now. Before, it was like they didn't have the same rights, and they, like, even my aunts, they couldn't go to a normal school. They were not allowed in. When my grandma passed away a few years back, we were cleaning out her house, and we found petitions to get my aunts in school. And on the first day of kindergarten for my aunt, my grandma refused to take no as an answer that she couldn't attend school. So she just dropped her off, thinking that they would keep her there. And a few minutes later, my grandma got a call and she had to go pick her up. And so both of my aunts actually were not able to attend any type of school until they were almost teenagers. And they went to a school that essentially just kind of taught them life skills and, things like that. It wasn't actual academics. And my Aunt Pat, she actually never, cognitively, she didn't have any learning disabilities or anything. My grandma did teach her how to read and write, and but as far as education, that's kind of as far as she was able to go. Nowadays, people, especially with cerebral palsy, just because you have cerebral palsy doesn't mean that you have anything, mentally wrong, and they are fully capable of getting good jobs and all of that. I went to school with somebody that had cerebral palsy, and he was in a wheelchair, and he is now a teacher and a successful teacher. So, again, we've come such a long way with taking care of people. And some of the people that were in institutions had experienced lots of trauma. Institutions were overcrowded. There weren't enough staff to help take care of them. Again, they were just treated like patients. They were, they weren't taught to be independent, so luckily most of the institutions closed down. There are a few facilities, like large facilities, that are left. If you ever have the chance, or if you're ever in the Traverse City area, to go to the Traverse City State Institution. That was an incredible experience. I got to tour it here last summer. It was just incredible. I didn't realize how big that place was. Like in my head, I thought it was just for people that had developmental disabilities, but it was actually used for a lot of different purposes. Women who had postpartum went there. During the Great Depression, people went there, and it was a very self-sufficient community. So when I took the tour, I actually kind of learned some things that I didn't know before. So it's part of our history, and I think it's important to know, and especially if you are taking care of any older consumers, they may have experienced some of that trauma. My last example I have of it, especially of institutions and trauma, I had taken care of a gentleman that he just, only certain people could assist him in the shower. Unfortunately, he was nonverbal, so he couldn't tell us what he was feeling. But once you built that relationship with him, you knew exactly what he was trying to say. But he hated showers, and he was institutionalized, and all of his paperwork, it actually stated that he didn't show any signs of trauma for being institutionalized. But in my opinion, him running out of the shower and only allowing certain people to help him in the shower, I really think that stemmed back to him being institutionalized, because a lot of times what happened is they were actually hosed down in the shower, because again, there weren't a lot of staff to assist them. And so they would just put a bunch of people in a shower and hose them down. So that was very horrible. So again, I'm glad we've come a long way. The 1996 revisions to the Mental Health Code require a person-centered approach to the planning, selection, and delivery of the support services and/or treatment you receive from the public mental health system. Person-centered planning, PCP, is a process of learning how a person wants to live, to have a set plan in place, and not to control or solve their problems. Self-determination, that's number 2, self-determination. This is a natural progression of person-centered planning. It assures people with developmental disabilities and/or mental illness the authority to make meaningful choices and to control their lives. All right, this is number 3. You just have to list 3 guiding principles of person-centered planning. That is, the person's desired future will become the framework for all planning. The most important part of this process is the dreams, desires, and preferences of the individual. Planning will begin with input with the individual, and planning will also be decided by and include additional information from the people most important to the individual, and as appropriate, information from professionals. A pre-planning process will be used, and the plan of service begins with what the individual can do for himself or herself, and it then adds resources and support from family, neighbors, friends, and community resources.
So you just write down any of those ones?
Yeah.
Just 3 of
Yep. Did everybody get 3 of those before I?
Not yet.
Okay.
No, yeah, not yet. Just wait.
Okay, you're fine.
I'm good if everybody else is.
All right, perfect. Planning activities will address issues and concerns which the individual or others have about health, welfare, and safety. So just like what we talked about before with the safety issues, you know, especially evacuations and all of that, this is where it will be addressed. Person-centered plans will change anytime the person's needs, desires, and circumstances change. And a person-centered approach will seek feedback from the individual on a regular basis regarding their interests and their needs. When changes are made, the consumer's case manager adds an addendum to the PCP to reflect these changes. So typically PCPs are good for basically 6 months to 12, not 12 years, 6 months to 12 months, so a year. It's becoming more common for them to do them every 6 months now, but not every county is like that. But anytime that there is a change to the plan, because plans are always meant to be changed, that is called an addendum. And if there is an addendum made to the PCP, then you all will need to be retrained on that PCP because that is the plan that you follow while working with those individuals. Staff's role in implementing the PCP. So we are going to be skipping number 4 for right now. We're going to come back to it. Number 5, the DSP is responsible for implementing the PCP. You must know where each individual's record is kept. You want to read and be familiar with the PCP and work with the lead staff or care coordinator and other DSPs in the home to provide necessary services and supports identified in the PCP. You must read through the PCP and sign off on the training log before working with any individual. And then this is number 6. The role as a DSP in the pre-planning process is to gather information about the person's likes or dislikes, wants, needs, hopes, dreams, and desires. So this is what you are kind of gaining information about before the PCP. You want to get to know what they like, and like especially like what their hopes and dreams are. This can kind of help get that PCP written. Some people with disabilities may use non-traditional methods of communications, which must be accommodated. And then number 7, when an individual cannot speak for him or herself, it's important for the DSP to spend more time observing activities in the home. So if you're working with somebody that is nonverbal, it does take a little bit longer to kind of get to know them, to understand them. But someone who's nonverbal, you will definitely get to build that relationship with, and you will learn to understand how they communicate and what they like doing. So some common questions that could be asked prior to the PCP meeting. What is the person's religious preference? Do they have any special interest in cultural or ethnic groups? What is their communication or language preference? What is their preferred living situation? Do they want roommates? Who's their favorite staff, etc.? Activities throughout the days. What do they like to do? Community inclusion. Where do they like to go out into the community? And then what are some of their goals? Health and safety concerns, and then who is the consumer support team? That could be family, friends, guardians, etc. And then planning the PCP goals. So this is going back to number 4, planning the PCP goals. We need to list 4 things that should occur with the meeting planning process. So this is going to be 2 slides. This is the first slide. The meeting time and place consider the person's desire and maximum participation by individuals important to that person. The person is the focal point of the planning process. So any comments, questions, and statements are to be addressed to the person, whether or not the person verbally communicates. And then the person's input is held as primary, and all other participants act as consultants and advisors rather than decision makers.
There's only 3 here, right?
Yep, there's gonna be another, on the
Okay.
next PowerPoint, you'll have the other ones. So here's the rest of that question. The language used in the meeting should be clearly understood by all, and it is to be kept positive. The individual has all the information needed to make choices and has the time to communicate them. And then the focus of planning is on the dreams and the desires of the person. And then this is number 8. The meeting belongs to the person who decides the following with the help of the support circle. That is the outcome, who to invite, and again, they usually invite key people in the person's life. So that would be friends, family, guardians, staff. They decide what to discuss, and they also decide when and where to hold the meeting. And this could be in an informal and comfortable setting. I've had meetings at McDonald's before because person that I supported, he just loved McDonald's. So that's where we had our meeting. That's where he felt comfortable and he was relaxed. And then who should facilitate? If the person wants to facilitate, he or she can identify a co-facilitator to assist them. All right. The meeting should share information, discuss wants, wishes, and dreams as identified during their pre-planning process and involve future planning. The person's support plan will include the futures statement, and that is number 9, futures statements. Each desired outcome will require documentation. The documentation is reviewed and evaluated, and adjustments are made to the plan accordingly. And this is number 10, your documentation has a direct effect on the evaluation process, and without accurate documentation, the adjustments may not be right for the individual's progress and or safety. We constantly need to change plans to better meet these goals of each individual, and plans may be changed as goals are met. So that is why it is so important that you guys are accurately documenting things, because that helps with charting the progress for the individual. All right, so that is the end of person-centered planning. So for the multiple choice questions, did you guys get 1 through 10? Okay. All right, perfect. So number 11, person-centered planning means to have a set plan in place to help people solve their problems. That is false. It's not there to solve their problems. It's there to help, to kind of help guide them. It's not going to eliminate all of their problems at all. The person who receives services is the one who decides who will attend the person-centered planning meeting. That is true. So the consumer is the one who does all the inviting. If a direct support professional is invited to attend a person-centered planning meeting, they should D, all of the above. Respect the person's choice and give input when requested. That is really important. So if you don't agree with the choice or decision that your consumer is making, that's okay. We all have the right to, disagree, but you have to respect their choices. And then focus on the person's strengths and abilities. We're not there. This plan isn't to bash them, it's to help them succeed. So we want to keep it positive. And then support the person's dreams and desires for their future. Again, it's that individual's dreams and their goals. So you are there to support them. Number 14, the individual plan of service and the person-centered plan are the same document. That is true. Number 15, self-determination is a natural progression of person-centered planning. That is true. The direct support professional's most important responsibility in the person-centered planning process is to take at least 30 minutes each day to implement the plan. That is false. Your job is to be implementing the plan the whole time you're working. That's why you are there to support them, is to follow their plan. Number 17, direct support professionals must know where each person's record is kept, be familiar with the individual plan of service for each person, and work as a team with the home manager and other direct support professionals to provide necessary services and supports identified in each person's plan. That is true. Number 18, the pre-planning process for person-centered planning is important because it's D, A, and B. It gives the direct support professional the opportunity to gather information about the person's likes, dislikes, wants, needs, hopes, dreams, and desires. And it helps the person be more prepared for the person-centered planning meeting. Again, it does not take care of the problems the person has before the meeting. Number 19, the direct support professional is an important part of the person-centered planning process. That is true because you guys are the ones that will be directly, working with the individual one-on-one, so you're going to get to know them. And so you will have an important part in that meeting. Number 20, offering choices is one of the most important things you can do as a direct support professional. That is true.
Could I get you to repeat 16 and 17? My daughter was crying at me.
16, you said 16 and 17?
Yeah.
16 is false and 17 is true.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem. All right, so we are going to quickly go over one more little presentation. It usually only takes about 10 minutes to go through this. Then we'll go ahead and take a quick break. So this next presentation, you will not need a test. It's just going over your role as a DSP and kind of what to expect, especially, if you've never done this before.
Delilah, 1 second. Daddy's going to make you some food, okay?
All right, so a direct support professional or DSP, they work with and support individuals in their own home and community. DSPs have many important roles to play. They are a partner, a teacher, an ambassador, an advocate, and a supporter. A partner is supporting individuals in leading independent lives and participating in and contributing to the community. A teacher is finding creative and fun ways to help individuals learn meaningful skills and provide them with information to make the best choices for themselves. An ambassador is encouraging others in the individual's community to support those with developmental disabilities as neighbors, friends, and coworkers. An advocate is supporting individuals in exercising their rights and responsibilities. And a supporter is seeking to understand the likes, dislikes, hopes, and dreams of individuals you support and cheering individuals on as they make progress towards their life goals. Choice. Service and support should always be based on the individual and their needs and preferences. Individuals with the help from parents, legal guardians, or conservators when needed should take part in decisions about their own lives, such as where and with whom they live, where they work, their relationship with others, the way in which they spend their time, and their goals for the future. Regular lifestyles, individuals should have a chance to become involved in the life of their community in the same way as their neighbors, friends, and fellow community members. So like I mentioned before, when my aunts were growing up, they were actually not integrated into the community. They didn't do a whole lot. They were almost kind of like an outcast to society. I remember my mom telling me that, growing up for her was kind of actually difficult. Even for my mom, when she was in school, she actually got bullied and made fun of because her sisters were in wheelchairs. And then this would have been many years after my aunts were born. My grandparents built a ramp in front of their house. And the neighbors actually petitioned to the city to get rid of the ramp because it was a quote unquote eyesore. Luckily, my grandparents were able to keep their ramp. But, again, it's amazing to think about the different things and how far we have come as a society. I mean, I truly think that there's still a lot more that we can do to improve the lives of everybody, but I mean, we have come a long way. Nobody should be outcasted. Everybody's a person. You know, we are all different in our own ways. And we can learn from everyone. I always, I say, like, if you think of a toolbox is essentially a box of tools, right? But each tool serves a different purpose. And not one tool you can use for everything. I mean, there might be some tools that you can, but each different tool serves a different purpose. So when you think of people, you can think of, compare that to a toolbox type of thing. Services should be provided in the home and community settings where individuals live and work whenever possible, and cultural preferences should always be honored. Individuals should be comfortable where they live, have privacy when they need it, and should have a say in every aspect of their lives. Whether you're working independently or with a team, you will develop some basic skills and knowledge to help you successfully meet the daily challenges of your job. Many situations in this work will call for using several different skills at the same time. So here's an example of how you will use some of these different skills. Let's take a look how a DSP would use essential skills in the case of a consumer's illness. So this is how you will use these skills if a consumer is ill. So ethics. This will guide you in promoting the individual's physical well-being by identifying the illness and ensuring timely medical treatment with dignity and respect. Observation. By using your senses to identify changes that may be signs and symptoms of an illness. So for example, you may see the individual rubbing her stomach, feel her skin is cold and clammy, or hear her moaning and saying, "My stomach hurts." Communication. To ask questions about someone's pain, such as how long has it hurt you? And communication also means listening and understanding to the individual's response. Decision making. To decide how to respond to the situation based on what you have observed and what has been communicated. So for example, do I need to call the doctor or take her directly to the emergency room? And then documentation, to record information about the person's illness and the individual staff communication log and in the information sheet to bring back to the doctor's appointment. So again, ethics, this is how people think, how people think they and others should behave. Observation, noticing a change in the individual's health, attitude, appearance, or behavior. Communication, understanding and ensuring you are being understood. Decision making, choosing the best response to a situation with the information that is available to you. And then documentation. This is a written record. You are required to document each person's individual records. And again, this is a legal document. So that's why if you make a mistake, you put the line through it, write error, and initial it. You don't black it out because of that legal document. All right, what is CLS? This is community living support. And this is face-to-face services used to increase or maintain personal self-sufficiency, independence, participation, and productivity. CLS may be provided in the consumer's home or in their community. And this is doing tasks with rather than for them. And a CLS progress note monitors the progress of the consumer and tracks achievement of the goals that they set with CMH. Coverage includes assisting, prompting, reminding, cueing, observing, guiding, and/or training in the following activities. So that would be meal preparation, laundry, routine seasonal and heavy household care, activities of daily living, shopping for food, and other necessities of daily living. Coverage also includes staff assistance and support and/or training with such activities such as money management, non-medical care, socialization or relationship building, transportation to and from community activities, participation in community activities or recreation opportunities, attendance at medical appointments, occurring goods and non-medical services, medication passing, assisting and monitoring, and then health and safety. So these are some key words that you will use in your documentation. And there should be a list of these keywords in your CLS binders in the homes. So if you need some help coming up with some of the words, but achieved, guided, prepared, prompted, socialized, taught, trained. These are all some keywords that should be in your documentation. Staff must always follow the person-centered plan's goals and objectives. Documentation must be descriptive on staff's level of prompting, as well as the consumer's level of completion, participation, and refusals. These records are reviewed closely by CMH to assure the service provided by staff is truly a billable service. Medicaid covers services required documentation that indicates a medical necessity for service. So when you all are documenting on your CLS progress notes, these are important because not only does it help like the case manager track the data for whether or not these individuals are reaching their goals, but this is also how you get paid for their services. Medicaid will not reimburse the service without a note. So that is why these have to be done by the end of your shift. And here's an example of a progress note. Jack was verbally prompted to take his dirty clothes from his bedroom to the sink. Jack required multiple verbal prompts through the day to complete this task. Jack took his dirty clothes to the hamper after he got out of the shower. I provided verbal praise and encouragement to keep up the good work. I observed Jack as he placed a load of dark clothes into the washer. I monitored Jack to ensure that he used the right amount of laundry soap and turned the washer on. He required verbal prompting to make sure that he did not overfill the washer with clothes. When his clothes were dry, I verbally prompted Jack to fold and or hang them on hangers and put them away, and he needed verbal prompting to stay on task today. So I can only guess just from these progress notes that the consumer's goal was some kind of dishes goal or in laundry goal. So the staff documented on how they got the consumer to achieve that goal or how they worked on that specific goal. Other documentation that may be required in your homes would be duty lists and staff chores, medication or treatment sheets, adult home help or chore service logs, physician orders, pertinent health history, and each home may have additional documentation. So not all homes will have this documentation, and you may have more documentation than this. Every location is a little bit different. All right, so a little bit on developmental disabilities. Developmentally disabled means the person may learn slowly. They think about things in a more concrete way, have a hard time using what is learned in a new situation. Someone who has cerebral palsy, they may have poor balance, an unusual walk, or poor motor coordination. Someone who has autism, they generally have a difficult time learning social skills. They may repeat words or body movements. Someone who has epilepsy, they have seizures, they may become unconscious, and their movement or actions may change for a short period of time. The Michigan Mental Health Code defined mental illness as a substantial disorder of thought or mood, which significantly impairs judgment, behavior, capacity to recognize reality, or the ability to cope with ordinary demands of life. For a mental or emotional problem to be considered a mental illness, it has to be a major problem that greatly interferes with the person's ability to function in life. So definition of serious mental illness, this is a functional impairment which substantially interferes or limits one or more life activities. Psychosis, this is where people see and hear things that are not real to anyone else. They may have a strange behavior, or strange feelings, odd behavior. Someone who has schizophrenia, they believe things that are obviously false, seeing or hearing things which do not exist, and they may have disconnected speech. A mood disorder is depression or mania, and a combination of both is bipolar disorder. Anxiety disorder, this is unreasonable fears, tensions, or anxieties of places, people, objects, and other things. They may have panic attacks, overeating, sleepwalking, or a constant hand washing, and this can indicate neurosis. And personality disorder, rigid and ongoing patterns of thought and actions. Inflexible behavioral patterns often cause serious personal and social difficulties, and a general functional impairment. Results from early childhood patterns which shape a person in certain ways. So Some general information, again, people with a mental illness, they have dreams, hopes, feelings, experiences, wants, and needs just like everyone else. Today, we know more about mental illness and we have better treatment programs and community supports for people who have mental illness. And we have more effective medications for some people to control their illness. We still have a long way to go with working with this, but we have come a long way. The biggest challenge faced by people with mental illness is often the myths and misunderstandings the general public has about what it means to have a mental illness. And especially because people who have a mental illness, you can't tell on the outside. So they look quote unquote normal. So there's so many myths, and that's I think we have come as a society a long way with understanding more about what it is like to have a mental illness or to live with one. Well, it's important to learn about the names and causes of developmental disabilities and mental illnesses. These individuals are people first, and a good way to ensure that you are using people first language is to begin describing people with words such as individual, person, man, or woman. It's not enough to use person-centered people first language to show respect for individuals. It is also important to demonstrate people first behavior. You take the time to learn about an individual's needs, strengths, and preferences. You do not assume that you know what is best, and your manner of supporting individuals reflects their needs, strengths, and preferences. The old rule was the golden rule: treat others the way that you would want to be treated. And the new rule is the platinum rule: treat others as they want to be treated. So beginning your shift, always greet the people who live in the home positively. Before the staff you are replacing leaves, always visually check all the people who are home and find out where anyone else is and when they are expected home. Always read the staff communication log book at the start of your shift to keep up to date on what's going on at the home. If you have not been at work for a few days, go back to the last time you worked and read all the entries to catch up. And ask the staff that are leaving if there are any special instructions or information that might not have been in the log. During your shift, always know where your consumer is at. You must follow the person-centered treatment plans for each person. And remember that some of the people you help could get in trouble in a hurry. Never leave a person who is unsteady on his or her feet alone in the bathroom. Never leave keys laying around. Documentation is your best friend. If it isn't written down, that means it didn't happen. So last but not least, here's a little bit of an example of what your daily routine might entail. Supervision and med checks, personal care and showers, medications, general duties and deep cleaning, laundry, meal prep or cooking, programs, documentation, activities and community activities, and medical appointments. All right, so that is it for now. We are going to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we have 3 more presentations to finish. So we should be done between 1:30 and 2, definitely not any later than that. So it's 12:05. So why don't you guys come back at 12:20? Does that give you guys enough time to take a little bit of a break?
Okay, yeah.
All right, so you guys can stay logged in or you can leave, but just make sure to remember to please come back.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
cool.
You just leave it. There you go.
All right, are we all back? I see Brendan, you're back. Is Olivia and Christy back?
I'm back.
Perfect. So we're just waiting on Miss Olivia. Oh, I see she's back.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was making food for my little.
You're fine.
Here she is.
Aw, hi.
Say hi. You eating watermelon?
Aw. All right. So like I mentioned just before we took the break, we have 3 more presentations to go through. That's recipient rights, basic medications, and positive approaches. So we're going to begin with recipient rights, and there is a test for this one.
Hold on, Dee.
All right, so Office of Recipient Rights. So what are their goals? That is to identify mental health code and protected rights, to understand abuse and neglect definitions and mandatory reporting requirements, perform job duties in a manner that respects the dignity of the individuals and their rights, and to know when and how to report rights violations to the appropriate authorities. So number 1, what roles does the Office of Recipient Rights have? That is prevention, monitoring, education, and complaint resolutions. So that's number 1. So constitutional rights. Recipients have rights under the US Constitution. So the recipients have the same rights that you and I have. And this is number 2. What additional rights do recipients have under the Michigan Mental Health Code? That is religious expression. So they have the freedom to express whatever type of religion that they want to partake in. They have a freedom of speech. Discrimination and protection, they have the right to vote. So if your consumer wants to vote, that is their right and they can vote. They have a right to education. They have a right to privacy, a right to competency, communication, so they can talk to whoever they want, property, control of their money, freedom of movement. That one's important. You cannot restrict their movement at all. Confidentiality, consent, so they can consent to, especially like medical procedures, the right to dignity and respect, and then to any legal matters that they may have. Recipients have the right to be free from abuse. And number 3, abuse.
We can't, for the last one, we can't fit them all, right?
No, you just have to write the couple of them, yeah.
Oh, I still had 3 more to go.
Oh, you do? Okay, here you go.
Sorry.
You're fine.
I tried to turn my screen because I had to plug my charger in, but now I don't know how to get my screen sideways.
No, that's okay. Sometimes I forget that you guys have so much to write and I just keep going. So.
Okay, I'm good.
Number 3, abuse is defined as a non-accidental act by an employee, volunteer, or an agent of a provider that caused or contributed to the harm of a recipient. Abuse class 1 is a non-accidental act or provocation that caused or contributed to the death, sexual abuse, or serious physical harm to a recipient. Abuse class 2 is a non-accidental act or provocation that caused or contributed to non-serious physical harm to a recipient. The use of unreasonable force, Any action that causes emotional harm, an action taken on behalf of a recipient by a provider who assumes the recipient is incompetent and that results in a substantial economic, material, or emotional harm to the recipient, and any exploitation of a recipient. Abuse class 3 is the use of language or other means of communication to degrade, threaten, or sexually harass a recipient.
Was number 3 just abuse, and then number 4 was abuse class 1?
Number 3 was just abuse. We haven't gone over number 4 yet. Number 4 will be coming
I
up
was
here
getting
soon.
confused. Okay.
Yeah. So here are some examples of abuse. So typically when we think of abuse, at least for me, the one thing that comes to mind is the physical aspect of abuse. So that would be hitting, slapping, biting, poking, or kicking your recipient, or taking other actions which could cause pain or harm to the individual. But there are many other forms of abuse. So some other examples are money. So using the recipient's bridge card to purchase something for yourself. So a consumer's bridge card is their bridge card, it's their money. You cannot use it to purchase yourself, and even if it's just a soda, you cannot use that to purchase, even something little. That is their money. Communication, swearing at, using foul language, racial or ethnic slurs, or using other means of communication to degrade or threaten a recipient. So always just be careful about how you communicate with your consumer. Make sure that you are always using appropriate language and that you're not degrading them in any way. Sexual harassment, so any sexual advances, communication of a sexual nature, requesting a romantic relationship with the recipient. Competency, taking action on behalf of a recipient who does not have a guardian appointed, resulting in harm to the recipient. Exploitation, using recipient funds or personal property for your own purposes. Provocation, encouraging or prompting other staff or recipients to commit any actions that could be described as abusive. Unreasonable force, so emergency physical management applied to staff when there is no imminent risk of harm or technique is not in compliance with approved policy, procedures, or interventions. Neglect, recipients have the right to be free from neglect. And then this is number 4. Neglect is defined as when staff do or do not do something that puts them in non-compliance with standard of care or treatment, policies, guidelines, written directives, or procedures. The PCP causes or contributes to death, sexual abuse, physical harm of the recipient, or leaving them at risk of harm. An act of commission or omission that neglect class 1 is an act of commission or omission that results from the non-compliance that causes or contributes to the death, sexual abuse, or serious physical harm to a recipient. So an example of this would be a staff member gave recipient John Mary's medications by mistake. John was taken to the hospital and was in a coma for 3 days. So here in a little bit, we're going to go over our medication policy and procedures. So you will be, trained to pass that medication. You're trained in the homes on how to pass that. So you should be familiar with the policies and procedures. So even though hopefully this was an accident, the staff member did not mean to give the consumer the wrong medications, but this resulted in the consumer being hurt, causing physical harm. So that is why it is neglect class 1, because they did not follow, the staff member did not follow the standard medication administration protocols. Neglect class 2 is an act of commission or omission that results from non-compliance and causes or contributes to non-serious physical harm or emotional harm to a recipient. In this example, staff member was transporting recipient John home and stopped at a store to get some milk, leaving John unattended for about 5 minutes. John's person-centered plan requires he have staff next to him when out in the community. John got out of the car and ran into the road. He fell and bruised his knee. So this is neglect class 2 because the staff member failed to follow the supervision plan the supervision directive in his plan. So because he left him unattended out in the community, the consumer got out and he did injure himself, but it was a non-serious injury, but this is still considered neglect class 2. That's why it's so important that you follow your consumer's plan. Neglect class 3 is an act of commission or omission that results from non-compliance that either placed or could have placed the recipient at risk of physical harm or abuse. In this example, John left home early in the morning. Staff were unaware of this until police arrived with John several hours later. The police report that they found him unharmed in his pajamas near a pond several miles away from his home. John's person-centered plan states that staff are to know his whereabouts at all times because he has poor safety skills. So again, in this example, staff did not follow the plan. They did not know his whereabouts. He could have been placed at he could have gotten very injured, in this. Luckily he was not, but that's why it's neglect class 3 because the staff failed to follow the plan and he was placed at risk of harm. Dignity and respect. Dignity, this is to be treated with esteem, honor, politeness, to be addressed in a manner that is not patronizing, condescending, or demeaning. To be treated as an equal, to be treated the way any individual would like to be treated. And then respect, to show differential regard for, to be treated with esteem, concern, consideration, or appreciation. To protect the individual's privacy, to be sensitive to cultural differences, and to allow an individual to make choices. Here are some examples of how staff might violate a recipient's right to be treated with dignity and respect. So dignity and respect definitely go hand in hand with each other. So here are some examples of how you could violate the rights of this. Telling recipients about stressful situations occurring in your personal life. So again, you are going to be hopefully building some great relationships with the people that you support. And so you will become hopefully close with them, but you have to remember that this is still your job and you have a life outside of work. And so anything that's going on in your personal life, you should not be really, associating that with your consumer or their family members because they have enough stress going on in their lives. Using profanity. So remember, you are a direct support professional. So always use professional language when communicating. Even if it's not directed at a recipient, using profanity in the presence of any recipient is not acceptable. So just make sure you are always using appropriate language. Complaining about coworkers, supervisors, other recipients, or work-related tasks. Again, if you have any issues regarding your job duties or anything like that, make sure you are bringing that to your lead, your care coordinator. Make sure that you're bringing it to the right people, not your consumers. Arguing with coworkers, with recipients, friends, or family by telephone or in person. Again, bring those issues to your supervisor. Allowing your frustrations to become visible. So being a DSP, there are definitely good days and there are bad days, especially if you are working with somebody that could is potentially behavioral. But on those bad days, even when you are becoming frustrated, make sure that you are not showing that you're becoming frustrated. Here in a little bit, we'll be going over some positive approaches and we'll touch base a little bit more on that. But just remember that you are there to support them. So try to keep those frustrations de-escalated. Demanding a certain decision or attempting to force a certain choice rather than encouraging the healthy choice. So you are there to encourage, not to force. So if the recipient does not want to do something, you cannot force them to do it, even if you think that is the right thing to do. They have the right to make their own choices. And part of being independent is learning to make those choices. So with that comes making their own mistakes. Improper choice of words can negatively impact someone. So understanding your role, treating your recipient with esteem, honor, politeness, concern, and appreciation first requires that you have an understanding of why you are in the recipient's life. You must also remember whose home it is. You are in a recipient's life to provide care, guidance, and support for perhaps many needs. And whether you're providing care in a foster care home, a private home, or a recipient's apartment, you must remember that it is the recipient's home. It is not your home. You may have been hired to provide care. You have not been hired to control. It is important that recipients have the chance to make their own decisions. And this means that they also have the freedom to make their own mistakes. And that is number 5. Yep, number 5, decisions and mistakes. So failure to report. Failure to report means that staff, volunteers, or agents fail to report suspected or apparent abuse or neglect violations to the Office of Recipient Rights. If you suspect abuse or neglect of recipients and or a recipient reports that they have been abused or neglected, you must report it that day, even if you are not sure if the abuse or neglect actually happened. So that's number 6. Number 6 is true. So even your job isn't to research whether the fact that it happened or to investigate. Your job is to report it. You are a mandated reporter. So if a consumer or somebody, you have knowledge of a consumer being neglected or abused, you have to report it right then and there. So how do you report it? You're going to take action to protect, comfort, and get any necessary treatment for any injured person in your care. For abuse or neglect allegations, so if you suspect any type of abuse or neglect, you are going to call the suspected abuse or neglect to the Office of Recipient Rights that day immediately. You're going to send in a written complaint by the end of your shift to the Office of Recipient Rights, and you're going to complete all other reporting requirements. So if you had to call the police, Adult Protective Services, your supervisor, etc. And then for all other rights violations, so confidentiality, dignity and respect, property issues, etc., you're going to call and write to the Office of Recipient Rights within 2 days. But still, anytime you feel that a right has been violated, you're going to want to report that as soon as possible. And that is number 7. When do staff have to report abuse and neglect allegations? That is A, immediately. So here are a couple scenarios to kind of help you understand when it's a right situation, when it's not. So it's not a rights violation if a consumer purchases staff's event ticket. So if you're taking somebody to the movies, to a baseball game, concert, but it is a rights violation if a consumer buys staff's concessions. So you need that ticket if your consumer needs you to go to an event with them. They need your support there, so they can purchase your ticket because you are not able to get into that event without a ticket. So they can use their money to purchase a ticket for you, but they cannot buy you anything at the concession stand because you do not need that soda. You may want that soda, but you don't need it. You can purchase it with your own funds, but you cannot use it with the consumer's funds. It's not a rights violation if a consumer and staff each bring their own packed lunch on a picnic. But it is a rights violation if a consumer pays for staff's dinner or drinks at a restaurant. So again, if you take your consumer to a restaurant, you are still able to get in there. You can just sit there. You don't have to eat. Most of us, yes, we will want a meal if we're, sitting in a restaurant with somebody because the food will smell good, but you have to use your own money for that. The consumer cannot pay for your meal. It's not a rights violation if a staff encourages a consumer to do the dishes, but it is a rights violation if a staff tells a consumer they can't go to the mall if they don't do the dishes. That's a rights violation because you are threatening them. And that's kind of getting them to force to do that. But you can encourage it. If they refuse, they refuse. You'll just document that refusal. It's not a rights violation if a staff encourages a consumer in taking their medication, but it is a rights violation if a staff knows their consumer doesn't like taking their meds, so they hide it in their food. That's a rights violation because they do have that right to refuse to take medications. Again, that's their choice. And even though obviously they were prescribed these medications for a reason, they should be taking them, you cannot force them to. I actually ran into a situation kind of when I first started working in this line of work. I had an individual, he was refusing to take his meds. It was very difficult for him to take it. And we have found out that he would take them, he'd be more apt to take them with applesauce. And when we were documenting it, I had contact with the recipient rights officer asking basically about the process. And she kind of gave me a little bit more education on why it's kind of a rights issue if you're we weren't hiding the medication. The consumer in this particular case was requesting to have it in the applesauce, but when the rights officer was questioning us, she didn't know kind of like the whole background of everything. But anyways, she gave me a little bit of education that especially when individuals were in an institution, to get them to take their medications, they hid them in their food a lot of the times. Because if it's hidden in the food, they don't know that they're taking it. And so that's why, you know, again, it's their right to take that med, so they don't have to if they don't want to. It's not a rights violation if the staff inform a behavioral consumer that they are actually going to call the police and actually do so, but it is a rights violation if staff threatens to call the police as a threat to attempt to stop a consumer's behavior with no intentions of making the call. So no threats. You cannot threaten them. So to kind of wrap up recipient rights, protecting the individuals you support is your most important responsibility as a DSP. Your failure to report abuse or neglect could also result in you being charged with neglect also. And that's because you're a mandated reporter. If you know it's happening and you don't report it, and that person is still getting abused, you know, that's not good. You are there to protect them. Failure to report quickly may allow the alleged abuse or neglect to continue. So number 8, your failure to report abuse or neglect could result in you being charged with neglect. Also, that is true. Number 9, recipient Jane Doe tells staff person Mary, the other staff George here now just hit me. The answer for this one is C. Mary asks Jane if she feels safe, checks her for injuries, and immediately calls the Office of Recipient Rights and her supervisor. Mary writes an IR and assists Jane in completing your recipient rights complaint. So I just want to kind of touch a little bit based on this one. So even if you're working with somebody that you would never suspect that they would ever abuse anybody, you still have to report it. Because again, it's not your job to investigate whether or not it happened. Your job is to report it, and then there's other people that do the investigation. Number 10, staff Nora is very frustrated that when she comes into work at recipient John Doe's home, she finds that staff Fred, whom she is relieving, did not do the laundry again. Fred is supposed to do the laundry during his shift. The answer to this is A. Nora greets John Doe and offers to start John's new movie. Nora then begins doing John's laundry. Nora writes a note to herself to discuss the home chores with the home manager. All right, did you guys get all the answers to that?
I just need the answer to number 10. I'm sorry, I have a lot of stuff going on in the background.
It's okay, number 10 is A.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so moving on to medication administration. All right, so passing meds can be pretty intimidating, especially if you've never done it before. But as long as you have a good understanding of all the policies and procedures and you're paying attention, it does get a little bit easier as the longer you do it. And so, if you are a little nervous about it, that's totally okay. I remember when I first started doing this line of work, the first time, probably for the first month that I passed meds, I was super anxious about it because I was so scared I was going to make a mistake. But you just have to remember everything that you're going to be learning in this presentation. This is going to help you. And the more you do it, the more comfortable you will be passing them. So effects of medication. Medications are substances that are taken into or applied to the body for the purpose of prevention, treatment, relief of symptoms, or a cure. The DSP may only assist individuals with administration of medications that have been ordered and prescribed by a person licensed to do so by the Department of Licensing and Regulation. And those three are, this is number one, that is a doctor, a dentist, or a nurse practitioner. Those are the only three that are allowed to prescribe a medication. Prescription medications are those that are always ordered by a doctor or other person with authority to write a prescription. Number two, what is an over-the-counter medication? That is a medication that can typically be bought without a doctor's order and include vitamin supplements, herbal remedies, and commonly used medications such as Tylenol and Benadryl. So an over-the-counter medication, these are the medications that you can typically be bought at like your local drugstore, so Walmart, Walgreens, CVS. If you have a cold, you typically go to the store and get some, let's say NyQuil or Dayquil to help relieve some of those symptoms. And then number three, does the individual need a written prescription for an over-the-counter medication? The answer is yes. PRN medications are taken as needed to treat a specific symptom, and that's number four. What is a PRN medication? They're taken as needed to treat a specific symptom, and they include both prescription and over-the-counter medications.
Why do you need a written prescription for an over-the-counter medication?
So this is, thank you for asking that. I apologize. So this presentation was actually made for licensed facilities. So for the purposes of this test, it is yes, but we are not licensed. So our consumers, if they want to go to the store and buy Tylenol, by all means, they can go to the store to buy Tylenol. So if you're not familiar with licensed homes, they have a little bit more stricter guidelines. And so in like an AFC home, for example, you need a prescription for chapstick. You need a prescription for every single thing. But so I do apologize. Thank you for bringing that up. That was
I was just confused for a second. I was like, wait, what? I thought you didn't have to have one.
Yes, no, thank you for bringing that up. Just for the purposes of that test, that is yes. But if you ever have any questions, like let's say you are out in the community with your consumer and you have a question over like an over-the-counter medication, just make sure you call your lead or care coordinator for those. And any questions over medications, always make sure you ask. PRN medications include both prescription and over-the-counter medications, and a PRN medication must always be ordered by a doctor. Each dose of medication must be recorded on the individual's medication sheet, and the DSP should assure that AM or PM is noted too. So an example of a PRN medication is, let's say you are someone that is prone to migraines. There are some medications that can help with migraines that you don't need to be on a daily dose for it. So if you feel that you're about to get that migraine, you can take this PRN medication and it should help with those the symptoms of that migraine. But you don't need to take that all the time. So it's just, PRN is just taken as needed. Administering PRN medications, this is number 5. List 3 things the DSP should do when administering a PRN medication. So to prevent errors, always check the last time a PRN medication was given before dispensing. Follow all individual medical protocols for that medication. When a PRN medication is administered, the DSP must complete a follow-up check in 30 to 45 minutes. So those things are very, very important to check. So especially for the time. So let's say your shift ends at 2 o'clock and at 1:30 you administered a PRN to your consumer because they were having but we'll keep using the migraine med. They were experiencing some migraine symptoms, so you gave them a migraine medication. Let's say that medication you can only have every 4 hours. So when that new staff comes in at 2 o'clock to relieve you, if it's not communicated to them that you just gave that to them a half hour ago, the consumer tells them that they have this, symptoms of a migraine, and they take that medication. That would be a medication error because there weren't 4 hours in between the time. So always make sure that you are writing down the time that you administered it. And then also just making sure that you're doing that follow-up check to make sure that those symptoms, that medication is working, because if it's not working, they may need to, you may need to figure out something else. Medication side effects, this is number 6. Many drugs have other unintended known actions besides the primary or intended one, and these actions are called secondary actions or side effects. Many of these effects are predictable, however, some are not. Side effects may be desirable or undesirable, harmless or even dangerous. And both prescription and over-the-counter drugs have side effects. So I know most of us don't have regular cable TV with commercials anymore, but all those long commercials, when a new med was on, they had about 100 different side effects. That is a side effect. And especially when starting a new medication, it's good to know what those different side effects are. So that way, if your consumer starts exhibiting some of those symptoms, you can figure out why and what to do. And also, even if somebody has been on the same medication for 20 years, you can also develop new side effects from being on that medication. So just in general, it's good to have some knowledge, background knowledge on that medication. Your responsibility is to consistently and accurately observe, report, record any change in the normal daily routine, behavior, ways of communicating, appearance, physical health, and general manner or mood of the individual you support. For each individual you support, you need to know the intended and unintended effects of medication he or she takes. You're going to observe for intended and unintended effects, document what you observe, report observations to the doctor, follow the doctor's directions to continue, change, or discontinue the medication, monitor the individual closely for side effects when a new medication has been prescribed or the dosage is increased. Medication interaction, this is number 7. Interactions between 2 or more drugs and interactions between drugs and food and drink may cause adverse reactions or side effects. And that could be 2 or more drugs. So that could be taking a medication with another medication. Drugs and food. Some drugs you need to take on an empty stomach. Some drugs you need to take on a full stomach. Drugs and drink. So some drugs, medications you may not be able to take with certain drinks. Grapefruit juice is a common one that is listed on a lot of the labels, and that's because it's so acidic. And then some medications you need to actually mix in with, like water or some kind of liquid. A common one is Miralax. You usually have to mix the powder in with, I think it's usually like 8 ounces of water. Drug interactions may also be caused by mixing drugs and alcohol, and DSPs can find more information for medication in the pharmacy medication printouts. So on this test, we're going to be skipping around quite a bit. So if you flip over to number 19, where can a DSP find information about medications? That would be on the medication information sheet. The internet, or a nursing drug reference. All right, GEQ and DAW medications. So going back to the other side for number 8, What is the difference between GEQ and DAW? GEQ stands for generic equivalent, and DAW stands for dispense as written. The pharmacy will fill every prescription with the generic form of drug unless the physician writes DAW on the order. And that's because if they don't do that, then usually the prescription is very, very, very expensive. It's usually the cheaper form of it. Reporting a suspected adverse reaction to a medication.
What was it? Generic what?
Generic equivalent.
And then dispense as written. Okay.
Yep. Reporting a suspected adverse reaction. And this is number 9 for the true and false. If the DSP suspects that an individual is having an adverse reaction to a medication, urgent medical care may be needed. That is true. When you talk to the doctor, be prepared to give the following information: a list of current medications, a description of how the individual looks. Do they look pale, flushed, tearful, strange facial expressions, covered in red spots? And then note when the symptoms first started. And then a description of any changes in bodily function. Is the individual eating or drinking? Does he or she have a good appetite or no appetite at all? Describe any known allergies to food or medication. So again, it's important. That's why you want to know some of the different side effects. And then when somebody is taking a new medication, just to kind of keep a close eye on them. So I have a daughter. She is 5, and she, luckily, I have no idea how, but she has made it her whole life without being on antibiotics up until here just a few months ago. She got strep throat, so she needed to be on some penicillin. They gave it to her, and like I said, she's never been on antibiotics before. And turns out she was allergic to it. Kind of gave me a little bit of a scare. Luckily, nothing super terrible had happened. She just developed a rash. But just so sorry. But just always, when your consumer starts a new medication, just always make sure to monitor them, because you never know what could happen. So now, for the future, now I know what my daughter's allergic to, and she'll have to be put on a different antibiotic. Tardive dyskinesia, and this is number 10. What is tardive dyskinesia? That is a potential long-term neurological side effect of an antipsychotic medication, such as Malaril, Thorazine, Risperdal, and Zyprexa. Symptoms may include rapid eye blinking, puckering, or chewing motions of the lips and mouth, or facial grimacing. Symptoms may worsen if the medication is not reduced or discontinued. And if your consumer starts displaying these symptoms, consult with your consumer's physician as soon as possible. So if you're a consumer, somebody that has been on antipsychotic medications for some time, this is a potential that it could happen. And again, it is life-threatening. I had taken care of someone that had been on antipsychotic medications for many years, and probably 20 plus years. And he started showing some very odd behavior. He was going into more psychosis states. He was doing that eye blinking. Like he would just come up to me, and his eyes would just constantly blink. He was, his hands were very sweaty. He was very shaky. He was not his normal self. But on the other side of things, with some of his mental stuff that this poor guy was going through, sometimes some of those states of mind would put him into showing those. But they did, when we were kind of discussing with the doctor about taking him off some of the antipsychotic meds, it's very difficult when your body is so used to taking those meds. It's hard to get you off of them and to switch things around. But if someone is going through tardive dyskinesia, they need to be off of it, and they need to come up with a different plan. So again, if you see anybody going through this, make sure you consult the doctor immediately, because it is life-threatening. A life-threatening allergic reaction is one that is sudden and severe and may cause difficulty breathing and a drop in blood pressure. Anaphylactic shock, that is number 11, is a generalized systematic reaction, frequently fatal, which usually occurs within minutes after contact with an allergen. So that could be a type of food that you're allergic to, a bee sting, or a medication. And signs of an allergic reaction include wheezing or difficulty breathing, swelling around the lips, tongue or face, skin rash, itching, feeling of warmth or hives. So again, it's good to know, especially the people that you are taking care of, if they have any type of allergies, and if they start a new med, to make sure that they're not having any allergic reactions to this. I had been with my husband. We were already married now for I think it was our first year of marriage, and we were driving. We had the windows down, and a bee flew in, stung him on the neck. And it was kind of funny because how he reacted to it, but then, he got stung by it, and then he's like, oh my gosh, I just got stung. And I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry. You okay? He's like, I'm allergic. I'm like, I have known you for 4 years and you're now just telling me that you're allergic to bees. Luckily he, at that point, he hasn't gotten stung since, but at that point, he just kind of swelled up a little bit, but I was like, that's something, I probably should have known 4 years ago. So just make sure that any of your consumers' allergies, so that way if something like that were to happen, you are prepared for it. You are going to call 911 immediately to get emergency medical care if signs of a severe allergic reaction develop, especially shortly after taking a medication. And if you ever have to administer an EpiPen, you must call 911. So EpiPens, even if the person seems to be doing better after they got that EpiPen, you still want to call 911, because if they go into anaphylactic shock, that is not good. Allergic reactions can get very seriously and very deadly very quickly. So you want to call 911 to get that help, so you can get them to the hospital as soon as possible. So reading and understanding medication labels. To safely administer medications, you must know how to read and understand a medication label. Medications have both a generic name and a trade name. The generic name is the name given by the federal government to a drug, and the trade or brand name is the name given by the manufacturer to a medication. All right, so this is number 12. These are pharmacy abbreviations and symbols. I'm going to go through the list with you. So STAT is immediately. Q is every. DC is discontinue. QTY is quantity. TBSP is tablespoon. BID is twice a day. QID is 4 times a day. MG is milligrams. Tab is tablet. And TSP is teaspoon. So most of the time, it was more common for you, when you went to the doctor and they wrote out a script, when they actually physically handed you the script to write these abbreviations. But most of the prescriptions nowadays are done electronically, and they get sent right over to the pharmacy, so you're not actually seeing these abbreviations. But if you do ever see these abbreviations and forget what they mean, the internet is a great source. You can Google them, or just always make sure you either ask the physician or the pharmacist if you are unclear about what any of this means. Then if you flip your page over to number 21, how many teaspoons are in a tablespoon? There are 3. In 22, how many cc's are in a teaspoon? There are 5. So you are never to set up any medication ahead of time. You're going to set them up immediately before you are ready to administer, and never give medication to the wrong person. So you definitely don't want to preset, medications. We understand that you guys get busy sometimes, but you want to make sure that you are passing it at the correct time. And when it's time to pass the medications, that's the only time that you should have those medications out. Medication dose. Dose is a term used to describe how much medication or how many units are to be taken at any time. A dose can be described as a single dose or a daily dose. An example of this is amoxicillin 500 milligram capsules. Take 1 capsule 3 times daily. And in this example, the individual is taking 500 milligrams single dose and a 1500 milligram daily dose. If a medication is ordered at the set times, that medication must be given at those prescribed times. So in this example, the medication was prescribed 3 times a day. So those set times would be 8 a.m., 4 p.m., and 8 p.m. All right, the 5 rights. This is number 13. List the 5 rights. So following the 5 rights is basic to medication safety. The DSP needs to be sure he or she has the right individual, the right medication, the right dose, the right time, and the right route. So if you're unfamiliar with what the route is, typically, especially when we think about medications, we think about taking them orally, so in the mouth. But there are ear drops, eye drops, there's lotions. I once had somebody that took it was a vitamin that we had to crack open and put in their ear. And that was to help prevent earwax. But just seeing it, it looked like a pill that would be taken orally. So you always want to make sure that you're reading the directions and how to administer it. It's all going to be written down on that label. And following the 5 rights and doing your 3 checks every time before administering all medications is the proper medication procedure for administering all medications. Medication safety. This is number 14. So medication safety includes learning about the medication that you are administering, what it is for, the start and end date, side effects, storage, and special instructions. Medication safety notes. All medication must be stored in locked cabinets or drawers unless ordered otherwise. So in all of your homes, not everyone is going to have locked cabinets or drawers for medications. This is home specific again. Medications must be stored in original containers from the pharmacy that dispense them. Medication should never be left unattended. And the key to the medication cabinet must be on the staff at all times. So again, not everywhere the medication is locked up. Typically in AFC homes, the medication is always locked up. So again, this is made for licensed facilities. So number 20, who should have the keys to the medication cupboard? And that would be who was ever assigned, the staff assigned to pass medications. And medication should never be stored with any other product. Medication should be checked 3 times before administration. That is number 23. How many times should you check medications before administration? That is 3 times. You should be triple checking, not just double checking, triple. And DSP should do a medication count before medication administration and at the end of the shift. And that is number 25. When should a DSP do a medication count? Before passing meds and at the end of your shift. And again, this is home specific, so make sure that you're checking with your supervisor about the specific medication counts, because your home may have different counts. Disposal and destruction of medication. There are several acceptable ways to dispose of medication, and all medication which have been discontinued, contaminated, deteriorated, or expired will require disposal. Medication disposal is home specific, so in the event that you need to dispose of a consumer's medication, please notify your lead staff or care coordinator immediately. Refusal of medications. Again, it's the individual, it's their right to take his or her medication. So it's the DSP's responsibility to work with and support the individual in taking his or her medication. If an individual refuses to take the medication, ask why, because sometimes you are able to explain why they take that medication. Do not try to crush or hide the medication in the individual's food to trick him or her to take that medication. And that is number 18, that is false. It's not okay to hide their medication. So reasons for medication refusal is number 15. State 2 reasons why an individual might refuse medications. It might have an unpleasant taste. You know, medication isn't known to taste very good. So especially if they have like a liquid medication or even like some vitamins, they do not taste very good going down. Give the individual some ice chips to suck on just before taking the medication. Ask the doctor or pharmacist if the medication can be diluted or flavored to cover a bad taste. Provide crackers, apples, or juice afterwards to cover up the bad taste. It could have unpleasant side effects. It could make the person drowsy. So report this side effect to the doctor and see if they can take it at a different time. Always, you know, if they're not liking one of the side effects, always contact the physician. Or there could be lack of understanding. Maybe they don't understand why they're taking this new medication or why they're taking medication at all. That is very common for people that especially have dementia. You know, they may forget why they were taking that medication. They may forget that it's to help them. So just always try and encourage them to take it. Try and figure out why they're not taking it. And sometimes doing these steps that can get them to encourage to take it. Common drug forms. This is number 16. What are the common drug forms? That is capsules. These are small containers made from gelatin. Tablets are pressed or molded preparations of powdered drug. Ointments and creams are for external application to the skin or mucous membranes. And suppositories are drugs for insertion into the vagina or the rectum. And elixirs are liquid preparations of drugs.
No, we gotta do this. You can go see your papa later.
But documenting and reporting. Medication refusals need to be documented on the medication sheet and with an incident report. Excessive refusals should be brought to the attention of the prescribing doctor. And the doctor may be able to accommodate an individual's medication preference or special health consideration. Any unused dose should be set aside and destroyed in an acceptable way. And immediately after completing medication administration. Medication errors. A medication error has occurred when the wrong person took the wrong medication, the wrong dosage was taken, medication was taken at the wrong time, medication was taken by the wrong route, or the medication was not taken at all. Every medication error is serious. So if an error does occur, this is number 44, number 24. If an error does occur, it must be reported on an incident report, and the error must be recorded on the medication sheet by initialing the square. You're going to check with the lead staff or care coordinator for documentations requirements specific to your home. And the documentation should include the date, time the medication was involved, description of what happened, who was notified, the doctor's name, instructions given, and the action taken. Because again, we want to be as detailed as possible in this because it's your job to make sure that the consumers are safe and being cared for. So with a medication error, that is super serious. And we want to prevent that from happening again.
Sixth test. One more.
Medication error prevention. Medication errors can be avoided by.
All of us have our things muted right now.
This is number 17. Medication errors can be avoided by staying alert, following the 5 rights, avoiding distractions, knowing the individual and his or her medications, asking the lead staff or care coordinator for help if you are unsure about any step of preparing, assisting, or documenting medications. When in doubt, stop and double check. You must do the 5 rights and 3 checks of the medications before administration every time. So medication error prevention. I had, when I was a home manager, we had 6 residents living at the home, and we had made it almost just shy of 2 years without a medication error, which is amazing. My staff they knew how to follow, they followed all the rules and protocols, and the person that had the medication error, she felt so bad that it happened, and it was because she was distracted. Another staff had come and started talking to her about a situation that was happening, which could have been, she could have waited, you know, that it wasn't a dire need situation type of thing. And, you know, obviously it was work related, but she forgot to pass the medication. So because she forgot to pass it, that consumer didn't receive the medication. So it was a medication error. And she knew it was from, you know, being distracted from the other coworker. So just always remember, you know, as long as you are paying attention, triple checking, quadruple checking, you can't do too many checks. Just make sure that you're always paying attention. If you ever have any questions about medications, make sure that you ask. No question is stupid. So just, you know, follow these guidelines and you should be a-okay with passing meds. Proper medication storage. All medications must be stored in locked cabinets or drawers unless ordered otherwise. Medications must be stored in original containers from the pharmacy that dispensed them, and this includes any LOA or leave of absence medications. The medication cabinet should be clean and orderly with adequate space. The keys to the medication cabinet must be on the staff on duty at all times. Never leave the keys out where they may be picked up, and medications must not be stored over a stove or near a heat source. All right. So I know we kind of skipped around a lot on this test. Are you guys missing any of them?
No, I'm good.
I got all mine.
Perfect. All right, you guys, we are almost done here. Woo woo. We just have one last PowerPoint to go over, and that is positive approaches.
Delilah, be nice to your sister.
All right. So an overview to positive behavior support. It is important to understand that behavior is a form of communication. Some people are verbal and can tell us what they are thinking, and some are nonverbal and they use certain behaviors or body language to communicate what they are thinking or how they are feeling. So if you don't have any experience working with somebody who is nonverbal, again, they cannot verbally communicate how they're feeling, so they can't tell you, but they can sure show you. And once you build that relationship with them and they get to, you get to know them, you'll be able to definitely understand them. and they will show you how they communicate. So number one, your role as a direct support professional is to support people, not to control what they do. So if you guys haven't gotten anything out of this training today, I think this has been brought up numerous times. Your job is to support, not to control. You're trying to get them, you're not there to be a parent or to restrict them with anything. You are there to support them, so they are able to, make their own choices. And even if they are having a bad behavior, you are there to support them. So behavior can be imitated. How you interact with your coworker can have an impact on a positive environment. It's important to keep this in mind as you learn more about your work environment and interacting with others. Every day, life can have an impact on a person's behavior, so creating a positive environment that respects and values individual preferences and choices will not only make the individuals you work with happier, it will make your job of supporting them easier. So, just keep remembering that you are a role model for these folks. And when you come into work, you need to come in with a positive attitude. It doesn't matter what was happening before you came into work. When you come into work, you're getting paid, and you are getting paid to provide that support for those individuals. So try and always come in with the best attitude that you can. Nobody likes a Debbie Downer. Praise to reinforce. Praise is what we do to make it more likely that an individual will want to do the task again. Handshakes, an arm around the shoulder, high fives, smiles, and laughs are all rewarding. And you as the staff member, you are the ultimate reward. Praise is genuine and has the most impact when delivered with enthusiasm. The more we can praise good behavior, the less the person will want to get our attention by doing a challenging behavior. So a lot of times, the individuals will have a negative behavior to get your attention. And so the more that we can praise that good behavior, the more they will want to do that good behavior, and they will show more signs of having that good behavior. Number 2, list the 8 guidelines for effective teaching. So the next 3 slides are going to have these 8 guidelines. So you just need to write the number, the bolded part. So the first one is plan. You want to know their daily routine and PCP goals, have materials available, and break down the task into smaller steps. The second one is build with variety and choice. Have giving them, the different choices of what they want to do throughout the day. If they need to work on household chores, when they want to do their personal care, so when they want to take a shower, any grooming that they may need to do, and then any social activities. Prevent mistakes before they happen. So have the task set up and ready to go ahead of time. Prepare a good learning environment for the person. And then again, with preventing mistakes before they happen, that's where it's a good idea to break the task into smaller steps. So that way, when you're working on it, you can work on one thing at a time, and then they can kind of see what's going on. So an example of that is, we know how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. We can do that without having the steps written down. So if you are teaching somebody how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, someone that has never done it before, when you sit down and actually list the different steps involved in making that, there's there could be potentially over 20 different steps for that. So for example, one step would be getting out the bread, untwisting the bread tie, getting out, actually opening the bag, getting the bread out from the bag, getting the knife to spread the peanut butter and to get the jelly, get the peanut butter, get the jelly. So, there's lots of steps. And when you're teaching somebody how to do a new task, it might be more effective to break it down to smaller steps. Make the teaching experience successful. You want to start with something that that person can do. You want to give them that fulfillment of knowing that they can do something. You want to encourage participation, so don't wait too long for them to get it right. And remember, any response is participation, negative or positive, and be sure to praise. A 5th guideline is provide prompts when necessary. Prompts are done by the teacher as assisting techniques to help the person to perform the task correctly. There are different levels of prompts that can be used depending on the person's current abilities. That can be demonstration, independent, verbal, physical, gestural, or refusal. The sixth guideline is praise before, during, and after the teaching session. You want to praise for any and all attempts to do the task, even if you have to assist the person or do the task with them. Always praise the person after the teaching session is over. You always want to give that praise and that encouragement. Keep the flow going. Once the task is ready to go, keep it flowing, helping the person if needed. And then make adjustments as needed to keep things going smoothly. The eighth guideline is be aware of what is going on during the teaching session. If the person is having a hard time, you may need to assist with more prompts. You may need to break the task down into smaller steps. So just like, initially what we were talking about breaking them down. So especially if the person is struggling with something, you may need to start, breaking it down. Look for progress, even in small amounts, and reward it. As the person improves, start adding more difficult tasks or new steps. Talk about progress with your coworkers, and remember, focus on the person more than the task. All right, behavior. Number 3, the 3 blanks in here. Behaviors are a form of communication people use to tell us their wants, needs, and feelings. All of us have behaviors. Behaviors do not happen without reason. All behavior is intended to communicate something, and by listening to what the behavior is saying, we may be able to discover the reason why the behavior is happening. There are always reasons for behavior, even if we do not know those reasons right now. So what makes a behavior challenging? Behavior can be considered challenging when it affects an individual's life in a negative way, or the behavior has a big impact on how others relate to them. Behavior is usually considered challenging if it causes harm to the individual or others, causes property damage, prevents the person from learning new skills, causes the person to be labeled as a behavior problem, prevents the person from participating in social and recreational activities. So a few causes of challenging behaviors. If somebody's scared, they may exhibit some behaviors, just kind of like when we were talking about trauma. A lot of times when the individual gets scared or sees that traumatic event, they get scared and they can get frustrated and they can exhibit those behaviors. Obviously, if the person is frustrated, they could have some challenging behaviors. It could be physical. Maybe they have they're in some kind of pain, or maybe it could be their disability. One of the folks I used to take care of, he was able to ambulate all on his own. He did use a walker, but over time, unfortunately, he started falling more. He was losing strength in his legs. So he's becoming very weak. So he had to start using a wheelchair. He had a very difficult time with that because once he started using the wheelchair, he needed to ask for assistance for everything. And he was used to being, fairly independent where he didn't need help using the bathroom. So before, he never used to have to ask help to use the bathroom. Now he needed help to use the bathroom. And, for someone to go their whole life with never needing assistance with that to all of a sudden needing full-on support, that can make you frustrated. And for months, he was exhibiting these awful behaviors. He was hitting at staff. He threw a bowl at me one day out of the blue, and he used to be the nicest guy. And after we finally figured out, like, okay, this is when these behaviors started happening, it's really around the time that he went into a wheelchair. And so after that, we started learning how to approach him differently. We started chatting with him, like reassuring him constantly, that, it's okay that you're in a wheelchair, but you can't act that way. And just letting him, just constantly giving him lots of encouragement, especially when he had those good behaviors. And then obviously if they are angry, they can have challenging behaviors. Once it has been determined that a behavior is challenging, one of your roles is to observe and try to come up with ideas on what is making the challenging behavior work so well for the individual. Staff members should be working together with the person-centered planning team to determine why the behavior is happening and think of a way to teach more socially appropriate alternatives or replacement behaviors. And that is number 4, replacement behaviors. Most of the time, people who display challenging behaviors usually give us some kind of warning that the challenging behavior is going to happen. And this is number 5. Antecedent and precursors are both signs that can happen before a challenging behavior occurs. An antecedent is a minor sign that has something to do with the person's environment. They may or may not be easy to see happen. So an example of this is an individual we work with is afraid of thunderstorms. It is getting dark and starting to thunder. The actual thunder may be an antecedent to the challenging behavior of them starting to hit themselves or strike out at those around them. A precursor are minor signs coming from the individual themselves, indicating there may be a change in the person's mood. They may or may not be easy to see happen. An example of this is if an individual is swearing, the swearing may be a precursor to a challenging behavior, such as throwing an object at someone. It is not always what we say to someone, but how we say it that determines what kind of message we are giving to the person and how they will respond back to us. So this is really good information. So make sure you pay attention to this, because this is a perfect example of how you talk to somebody, how you communicate with somebody. The tone of voice we use when we say something to someone represents 38% of communication. So remember, communication is understanding and ensuring that you are understood. The body language we use represents 55% of communication, but the actual words we use only represents 7% of communication. So the tone of voice we use along with the way we express ourselves through body movements has a big impact on the message we are trying to deliver. If we want the person to get the right message, we need to make sure our tone of voice and body language match what we are trying to say. So just kind of earlier, how we talked about, how we talk to people and to be cautious and not to let our frustration show on the consumer. So especially if you are at work and let's say the consumer is having a behavior, you need to make sure that you are expressing yourself appropriately, because if you start raising your voice at the consumer, or you have your body posture is just showing that you are frustrated, that is not going to help the situation. You want to make sure that you are trying to speak calmly, that you are kind of remaining at like a not like a super relaxed body language, but if you're yelling back at them, that's not going to help the situation whatsoever. And your job is to support them, and it's not to make the situation any worse, because you are there for a reason. So here's how you can promote some positive behavior. And this is number 6, list at least 3 key points about promoting positive behavior. So what individuals are doing, where, and with who affects their behavior. Behaviors are strategies individuals use to get their needs met. Environment can influence someone's behavior, so where they are. All behavior is communication, good or bad. How you make a request or respond to an individual can decrease the chances of a challenging behavior occurring. All right, so these next couple slides are going to go with number 7, which is the matching. We're going to go through these together. Change your energy level is G, as in good. How the teacher is interacting with the learner may have an influence on their response, increasing or decreasing your level of enthusiasm, and how rewards and prompts are delivered may increase or decrease participation. Modify your tone is A, as in apple. We may have to raise or lower the tone of voice to a level the learner recognizes as friendly, encouraging, and supportive. Validate the learner's feeling is J as in jelly. Teacher listens to the learner and acknowledges how they are feeling. The teacher listens and responds to the learner, but they continue to carry on with the task. Improve and vary praising is F as in Frank. The learner may not be responding to the praise the teacher is using. Change your expectations is D as in dog. The teacher decides that the learner needs a break from the activity, so totally get away from the task for a brief period of time. Sometimes you just need to stop doing what you're doing and take that break. Abandon the task to focus on the person is a B as in boy. There may be a time where it is better for the teacher just to forget the task and just hang out with that learner. So kind of like taking that break. Change the pace of the activity is H as in house. Moving too quickly to complete a task or too slow may affect the learning process. Involve choice is I. Teachers need to provide as many choices as possible during the teaching session. And then modify the environment is C. There may be distractions in the area such as light, temperature, other people, etc., that may require staff to make changes for the learner. Improve the prompts is K. Helping the person to complete the portions of the task that they are given them. Take a mini break is M as in mom. The teacher decides to stop the teaching session. The learner's challenging behavior has not started to decrease, so the teacher decides that it is not a good time to do the task. Bail out is L. Teacher stays with the learner no matter what. The teacher helps them through the difficulty, tries to get the learner to start focusing again and show some participation. Hang in there is E. The learner is not responding well to the teacher's directions or rewards, and the teacher may need to adjust their teaching methods to meet the learner's needs today. All right, did you guys get all the matching? Perfect. Confrontation avoidance techniques, or CAT. This is number 8. List at least 4 things you should always do when using confrontation avoidance techniques. That is, praise good behavior as much as possible. Praise, 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 praise. Show care and concern daily, not just when the person becomes upset. Be fair, sometimes firm, and be consistent. Consistency is key. Get to know the person you provide services to. So building that relationship with them, you want them to get them to trust you. You want to trust them. And the more you build that relationship, the more that you'll be able to help them. Look out for and avoid events or situations that may upset the person. And stay in control of yourself. So what to do when agitation is just beginning? This is number 9. You're going to list 5 things. There's 2 PowerPoints for this one. So on this specific side, there's only 4, but the next slide will have more of them on there. So you want to approach immediately and talk to the person. So find out what's going on. So this is when you notice that someone, you can just kind of see that someone's starting to get upset, but they're not full-blown upset. So you want to go up to them and just be like, hey, what's going on? Like, why are you so upset? You're going to remain calm and friendly. So you're still going to talk in that positive attitude, keep that positive attitude, talk in that calm tone of voice. Again, remember that your tone of voice is one of the most effective ways of communication. Invite the person to sit with you or stand with the person if they refuse to sit. So you want to remain at eye contact. So keeping that eye contact with that person is going to get them to focus on you. Speak in a low voice, calm, slowly, and clearly. Again, this is where you're going to be aware of your voice tone. Ask what the problem is. Simply sometimes just asking them will get them to talk, and then you can try and figure out a solution to why they are upset. Do not demand, command, argue, disagree, or make threats. So just remember, when you're upset with someone and someone's sitting there yelling at you and demanding you to do something, that's the last thing that you want to hear is them telling you to do something. So make sure that you don't demand or you don't want to sound like an overindulgent parent. Remember, these are the beginning signs of agitation. So this is just the first time that you're noticing that that person's upset. So you're trying to de-escalate that situation. So getting emotional or bossy could make the situation worse. And do not bribe or promise what you cannot deliver. And be patient. Time is on your side. So what to do when agitation is increasing? And this is number 10. You want to list at least 7 things to do. Again, there's 2 slides for this. You're going to continue to speak in a calm, relaxed voice at a low volume. You're going to show no emotion. Continue to talk to the person, listen to them, and wait for them to respond and start calming down. That is a key, is actually, you know, talking to the person, listening to what they have to say, and then, you know, waiting for them to respond to start calming down. So sometimes just even getting them to talk, and by you listening to how they're feeling, that can get their feelings out and it can get them to calm down. Again, you're going to continue to be patient. Acknowledge how they feel. We all have emotions, good and bad. We all have been upset. So it's okay to be upset, but we can explain, help them understand that there's different ways to express, you know, or how to come up with a solution. You don't ever want to turn your back or walk away, because that can put yourself in a serious situation. You can get yourself injured. Do not disagree, argue, command, demand, or make threats. You're going to continue to be patient and do not give up working on these techniques unless you are scared and know the person will continue to escalate to the point of attacking someone. You want to keep your body posture relaxed and stand at an arm's length plus a few inches away from the person. Never corner the person, and do not allow yourself to be cornered. Because again, you never want to restrict their movement. If they want to leave the room, they should be able to. And you don't want to get yourself cornered because you don't want to get yourself hurt. Confrontation avoidance techniques are considered standard practice unless the person's individual plan of service has a behavior treatment plan in it. If a person has an ongoing treatment plan to assist with their challenging behavior, you need to do exactly what the plan tells you to do. So if someone has a behavior treatment plan, it's just like a person-centered plan. You have to follow the different things in that plan, and you have to be consistent with it. The staff member that has the best relationship with the person usually has the most success with helping them calm down. And that is number 11. The staff who has the best relationship. So ways to support an individual who has a challenging behavior: getting to know the person. Remember that all behavior is a form of communication, good or bad. Try to include the person in the planning process as much as possible. Stay focused on the person's strengths and abilities. Every person can make improvement with the adequate support. So focusing on those strengths and abilities, it's going to give that person a sense of worth. It's never nice. It's never good to hear all the negative things that that is going on with them, because you want them to develop that positive identity. Give choices rather than requiring or demanding the person to do something. And then help the person to have more fun. So this is number 16, kind of skip it over a little bit. But number 16, helping individuals to have fun can be one way to support with their challenging behavior. Fun and humor are powerful cures for problems. Staff should be a role model for having fun and being happy. So that is role model. So positive behavior support plans, you're going to develop a support team. The support team should include key people in the person's life. The team will meet to share information about everything they know about that person. The meeting should be positive and everyone needs to agree to the plan. The team should discuss the person's strengths and abilities. So this is number 12, strengths and abilities, and be able to help put together a plan that will promote a positive future for the person based on those strengths and abilities. So number 12, all the blanks are strengths and abilities. Begin the process of a comprehensive assessment. As a staff member, you will be asked to describe how the person spends their time. Everyone should take note of the overall quality of life for the person. It is important to remember that quality of life issues are among the most important factors that influence behavior. So that is number 13, quality of life. If someone's quality of life isn't what it could be, it can affect their behavior. So when I think of quality of life, I think of a good, basically a good home. What's important to me is, having family around to feel safe. So if you are not feeling safe, you are going to have some behaviors more than likely. So if someone's quality of life isn't what it could be, you are more than likely going to see some bad behaviors coming from them. Conduct a functional assessment. Once all the necessary information is gathered and discussed, it is time to conduct a functional assessment of the challenging behavior the person is doing. So how do we figure out the purpose of function of a behavior? We start with the A, B, and C. Antecedent occurs before the behavior. Behavior to the specific challenging behavior that can be clearly seen when it occurs. And consequence refers to what happens after the challenging behavior or as a result of the behavior. Positive behavior support plans. Continue to gather information to evaluate what is going on. The information about the person's challenging behavior needs to be evaluated regularly. The steps that have been taken to help the person should be a positive impact on the behavior and the overall quality of the person's life. As information is reviewed, it should focus on overall improvements in the person's life and not whether the challenging behavior ever occurs. Design a support plan based on the data collected, which should indicate what the team thinks the purpose or function of the behavior is. The plan needs to address the changes needed to reduce the amount of times the challenging behavior happens. The plan also needs to include what to do when the person has a bad day and the challenging behavior increases. The positive support plan is considered treatment, that is number 14, treatment, and is part of the individual's person-centered plan of service. All staff are required to follow the plan and be consistent with how they implement the plan. Regular reviews of the plan should occur, and a positive support plan is not written in stone. Staff need to be sure to chart progress or lack of progress on the data sheets regularly. So if you are assisting an individual that has this positive behavior support plan, you always want to make sure that you're correct or accurately documenting. Basic guidelines for improving and modifying support plans to ensure success. Teaching opportunities should happen regularly. Praise and reinforcement. If the plan is working, celebrate with success, no matter how small this improvement may be. Most of the time, the entire plan will not need to be changed. And as a staff member, you should be attending the team meetings to share your experiences with implementing the plan. Remember, if the individuals you support have a history of challenging behavior, this is not a new behavior for them. There should be a positive behavior support treatment plan in place. And a positive behavior support plan may sometimes include a restrictive component. Plans that include restrictions must be reviewed and approved by the Behavior Treatment Committee to ensure that the individual's rights are not violated in any way by the techniques in the PBS plan. Staff must work together as a team to protect others who are in the area and may be in danger of being injured. Crisis intervention. Crisis or emergency situation when an individual can physically injure themselves, others, or cause severe property damage. Causes can be from fear, frustration, physical feelings, or anger, and consumers need staff to support them in coping with the crisis. It can also be caused from what their staff do or don't do. Staff are to act quickly to de-escalate the situation and assist the individual to calm down. Ensure the safety of the individual and others. Attempt to find out what is wrong, listen carefully, and be non-judgmental. This is when you could use confrontation avoidance techniques. How staff approach the individual and their ability to listen respectfully will send a message to the individual that they are there to support them and that we care and are concerned for them. So the do's to diffuse the agitated or anxious individual. Be aware of the warning signs, find out about the person, so that's getting to know them. You want to intervene early. So as soon as you notice that that person's becoming upset, you're going to want to try and figure out what's going on. You want to get them to talk, check for external causes, and use calming techniques. You want to keep yourself controlled, control your anger and your anxiety, provide alternatives, have a plan, know when and how to retreat, take action, follow up, and use other professionals. So you never want to put your hands unexpectedly on them. You never want to challenge, dare, argue, or threaten them. Sound like an overindulgent, angry parent. Never make promises you can't deliver or bribe them, and never leave without a mutual agreement. You also never want to restrain them, let pride force you into a fight, block a person's attempt to escape, sacrifice yourself for things, move them unless you have to, or stay in a smaller, congested place. Almost done here. So when to call 911. Staff should call 911 or police for assistance when an individual has become so violent and or aggressive that there is serious risk of physical injury to self or others. And staff should call law enforcement when there is a weapon and the individual is threatening to harm themselves or others. You guys are not trained to take that weapon out of their hands away from somebody, so there is great risk at them either injuring themselves or yourself. Decompressing after the person is calm. Take time as soon as possible after the crisis to unwind or decompress. This means relieving pressure or to get things back to normal. You need to take some time to relieve the pressures created by the confrontation. If this is not done, the pressures or negative feelings may get worse until they interfere with your ability to work effectively with that person and or others. Before taking the time to decompress, make sure the confrontation is over. Has the person regained self-control? Has the environment returned to normal? And the safety and well-being of the people living in the home is your first priority. Debriefing occurs when the staff discuss what happened during an incident. Because everyone sees things from a different angle and we want to avoid another incident, this is an important follow-up to the crisis. Debriefing can also help staff decompress by sorting out thoughts and feelings about the incident. And debrief with the person involved in the confrontation, so if appropriate, after he or she has calmed down and reestablished self-control. And then documentation. You're always going to want to document all injuries, unusual behavior, and all actions by staff to calm the individual down. And documentation of agitated and aggressive behavior provides important information. And remember, the DSP must be descriptive, not evaluative when documenting. Write down what you see, not what you think those actions mean. So in summary, make sure you get to know the person. Remember, all behavior is a form of communication. Don't assume the worst about someone. Stay focused on their abilities and strengths, and relationships make all the difference. Help the person to develop that positive identity. Everyone has something to offer, so make sure that you are focusing on all the positives. Talk about the good behaviors as much as possible. Give choices instead of requiring or demanding the person to do something. Emergency intervention techniques. Our staff and our consumer safety are our #1 concern. Remove yourself from any immediate danger. So for example, go into another room to give them space, but do not leave the consumer's residence or property. Communicate with the lead staff, guardian, or care coordinator for guidance. If you ever feel like the consumer may injure you or themselves, you're going to call 911 immediately, and never attempt to physically restrain a consumer. All right. So number 15, when a positive behavior support plan is part of a person's plan of service, you are required to do the following. That is E, all of the above. Which of the following statements are true? That is D, both A and C. Rewards have the most impact when they are delivered with enthusiasm. And the more you can reward good behavior, the less the person will want to get your attention by doing a challenging behavior. Number 18, the tone of your voice you use along
What
with
was
your
number, what was number 17?
D, both A and
D,
C.
okay.
Number 18, the tone of your voice the tone of voice you use along with your body language has a big impact on the type of message you are trying to deliver to people. That is true. 19, some of the best ways to support an individual with challenging behaviors are E, all of the above. Give choices, stay focused on the person's strengths and abilities, help the individual to have more fun, and help create a supportive environment for everyone you work with. Number 20, knowing when to use proactive options during your teaching sessions will help you identify personal responses to challenging behavior. That is true. All right, did you guys miss any of those? Perfect. Let me. All right, so do you guys have any questions for me?
We just put it all in the envelope like this, and just mail it just like it is, right?
Correct. So, and make sure that you mail, oops. There's a sign off sheet.
I think I've seen that.
It looks like this.
We just sign our own name and that's it, right?
Yep, so put all the tests in there, sign your name. Again, if you have not gotten your TB test, make sure that you get that as soon as possible. And just remember that once you get it done, you have to go back to get it read. So make sure that you take that into account when you get it done. But if you haven't gotten it done yet, make sure you get it done in the next couple of days so that way you're not late. But if you guys don't have any questions for me, you are free to go. Just make sure you clock out on Well Sky. It was a pleasure meeting all of you, and I hope you enjoy your time here at Christian Home Services. We are excited that you're joining our team. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. And thanks
Thank
for
you.
putting up
Have a
with
good day.
my talking all day.
Have a good rest of your day.